All right. Good morning. I'm Richard Margolies. Welcome to Visioning a Better America, a conference of citizens to be held in Congress that has been in planning for over 3 years. The pandemic has caused rescheduling 3 times. We very much appreciate U.S. Representative Jamie Raskin of Maryland and his dedicated staff who worked with us over this time and secured a room in Congress. Unfortunately, just a week or so ago, the House of Representatives Sergeant of Arms closed all congressional rooms to conferences. The domestic terrorists who invaded the Capitol on January 6th have been a continuing trauma and threat. So here we are, live streaming the 25 citizens who will speak over the next 5 days, October 4th through 8th. All times are Eastern Daylight Time. The agenda and bios are on the website visioningabetteramerica.com. All sessions will be archived daily on YouTube, available continually on our website going forward. Our country was created by visionaries, though they were humanly flawed, like all of us. They did, however, respond to the revolutionary will of the people, their fellow British colonists. The people made the American Revolution to be free of domination by the British king and to create a new nation based on equality and freedom. The world of that time, dominated by monarchs, aristocrats, and wealthy elites, did not imagine this revolution in the minds and actions of ordinary people was inaugurating a new era of unstoppable human aspirations. These founding visionaries expressed the people's ideal values and principles for a democratic society in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. These values and purposes for our country are briefly and beautifully stated in the preambles of these defining charters. But these visionaries knew they were not personally perfect. They knew their founding charters and laws were not perfect. They knew they could not personally live those values because many of them, not all, enslaved other human beings and expropriated the land of native peoples. And they did not include their wives, daughters, and all women in their thinking and practice. And so these visionaries wanted their progeny to make a more perfect union, a continually perfecting democratic society. We are their progeny. It is our responsibility as citizens today and for the many tomorrows that stretch out before us to make a better America based on our national values and purposes that all people, all peoples, should have equal rights and opportunities for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That is what these 25 citizens will speak about in the 5 days ahead. While they will not present a complete vision of America, they will start a conversation that will continue in our communities, in our workplaces and schools, in our political process, and in our hearts. We intend that this conference will be followed by a book, a college course, and a conference in Congress when it opens again as the House of the People. And there can be many more visioning conferences to make better cities, regions, and communities across our country. We are here to assist you. Our country is the home of 325 million of our fellow citizens. This conference will feature just 25 of those citizens who will describe what challenges facing our country they have been working on. They will also describe the ideal future of our country, resolve those challenges, and they will tell us what citizens can do to bring about this ideal future through the political process and in civil society. A vision describes an ideal future of our hopes and aspirations. Visioning describes the continual work of citizens to realize that vision. It is through our actions and behaviors as citizens we will make that vision our living reality. We are happy now to be welcomed to this initial conference by U.S. Representative Raja Kristnamoorthi of Illinois.
Hi, everybody. I'm Congressman Raja Kristnamoorthi. Thank you so much to the Common Good and all the conference organizers for organizing this year's conference, Visioning a Better America. I want to say a special thank you to my friend Richard Margolies for inviting me. I want to say a special thank you to all of you for attending this year's conference. And I wish I could be with you in person, but thank you for allowing me to address you virtually. In 1838, in his famous Lyceum address, Abraham Lincoln said, "If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and finisher. As a nation of free men and free women at this time, we must live through all time or die by suicide." In this speech, Lincoln spoke of the importance of the perpetuation of our political institutions, our democracy, and our freedom. That's extremely important. It is a joy to be speaking today at an event that honors Abraham Lincoln, the son of Illinois. In 2019, I actually worked with a Republican member of our delegation named Darren LaHood, who represents my hometown of Peoria, to rename an office in the Capitol building where Abraham Lincoln worked as the Lincoln Room. And so that's how it's referred to today. And in the spirit of Abraham Lincoln, Darren and I have worked closely in a bipartisan partnership on many subjects, from workforce development to our work today on the Intelligence Committee, helping to guard our nation's security. Abraham Lincoln, as you know, was also very concerned about infrastructure. And so Darren, I, and members of both sides work on this issue, and that's why we came to agreement on a bipartisan infrastructure package, which is coming up for a vote in September. Abraham Lincoln would definitely be proud. I want to say a special thank you again to all of you for inviting me to address you. I think that Abraham Lincoln would be proud of what you're doing, and I can't be more honored to address a group that would celebrate our greatest president, as well as the most distinguished member of Illinois ever sent to Washington, D.C. Thank you so much.
Well, it's a pleasure now to introduce Dr. Ravi Perry, who will speak on becoming American, activating your citizenship. Dr. Perry is a scholar, an activist, a professor, and an author. He is chair and professor of political science at Howard University and holds a PhD in political science from Brown University. His research and writing is focused on Black politics, minority representation, urban politics, American public policy, and LGBT candidates of color. Of his several books, one stands out as particularly relevant to our conference about citizen visioning and action. Written with his mother, the Perrys, The Little Rock Crisis, What Desegregation Politics Says About Us, showed how the memory of that crisis motivated Little Rock citizens' social and political engagement. Dr. Perry mentioned in a conversation to me that as a child, he recalls James Baldwin staying with their family when he was in town. Dr. Perry is past president, Association for the Ethnic Studies, and associate editor, Ethnic Studies Review. He's active with the American Political Science Association and the National Conference of Black Political Scientists. Dr. Perry was a member of the board of directors of the ACLU of Mississippi and one of the first openly gay branch presidents of color of the NAACP. Dr. Perry.
Good morning, and thank you so much for that overly kind introduction, Richard. I am so excited to be here and to help kick off this very exciting, truly exciting, and yes, delayed conference, which I like to really view more of as a project, in that we are embarking together on what we hope to be a multi-series event, not just this week, but thereafter, as was said in the introduction, to re-engage the topics that make us who we are on this side of the Atlantic in this place we call America. And that certainly, that action requires us to be active. And I'm going to try to merge a little bit of history and contemporary politics today to motivate us to action and to end, hopefully, with some suggestions about what we can do to, in fact, achieve and arrive at that more ideal future. And after that, I really am looking forward to the question and answer session afterward. And so please, if you have questions, please jot them down. And I will be thrilled to address them with you, because I really do think it's through dialogue and deliberation and discussion that we actually are able to come together and not just talk about these challenges, but truly seek resolutions and shared visions that will eliminate these challenges for future generations. I fundamentally believe it's our obligation, those of us who have been privileged to be educated and to have the opportunity to share that knowledge with others. It's no greater solemn duty than to do so. And this morning is no different. And so I'm so grateful for that opportunity. I'm going to start this morning with a simple question. And the question being, what does it mean to be an American? I think it's a question that has been asked for hundreds of years with varying conclusions. For some, this country is an exceptional nation with deep, classically liberal convictions and a free rein to achieve the so-called American dream. We ask questions in this classical liberal tradition, such as, what are the limits of individual freedom in a civilized society? Should we tolerate unlimited freedom of speech, no matter how offensive the views expressed may be? The kinds of questions we asked that birthed this country called America included things such as, can the state ever be justified in interfering with what consenting adults choose to do in private? When, for example, if ever, is coercion acceptable? When, for example, if ever, is government-funded punishment acceptable, and to what extent? Other questions we've asked over hundreds of years have been things such as, are all laws obstacles to freedom? Or are they the very condition of achieving freedom? And finally, I think some of the questions we've been asking around this concept of what it means to be American, founded in our classically liberal traditions that led to this democratic republic, which we all live in today. One final question I think that we often ask, and asked both then and still do now: should we sometimes force people to be free, or is that a contradiction in terms? I submit for us this morning that these are very serious questions, and they're not merely abstract puzzles for philosophers to ponder in their comfortable armchairs. I think that these are the sorts of questions that create the kinds of issues that people are prepared to die for. And we've seen much of that recently as the attacks on the Capitol of January 6th, people willing to die for their version of what they conceive freedom to be. We've seen, obviously, so many other examples of those questions throughout the course of our life, most notably in the American Civil Rights Movement, people willing to march across state lines in Sunday dress shoes for miles and miles and days through oppressive heat with little food and water, simply for the opportunity to cast a ballot in an election where their vote would not even have that much of significance in terms of how we think of majority rules. But they did it because they felt obligated to participate. And I want to talk about how we've kind of gotten away from that somewhat and hopefully how we can get back to it. Some of the arguments I will reference today are arguments for political and social freedom. The freedom of the individual in relation to other people, the freedom of the individual in relation to the state. The aim is to explain and to unravel some arguments for this kind of freedom, for our understanding of the politics of this very period in which we're living in today. So for scholars Omi and Why Not, from its very inception, this country has been concerned about the politics of race. So much so that a new racial order has long been established that is quote, equilibrated by the state, according to Omi and Why Not, encoded in law and organized through policymaking and enforced by a repressive apparatus. The state, for these two authors, is inherently racial, likely will always be inherently racial, and is increasingly the preeminent site of racial conflict. Race for them will always be at the center of the American experience. We've seen this in real life, right? We've seen this in terms of, let's say, Black Lives Matter protests because of violent police abuse toward motorists, most of whom are Black men recently, that result in them being maimed or killed simply for traffic violations. And so we've seen how the state has been inherently racial and how is, quote, again, the preeminent site of racial conflict. And I'm going to keep pointing to examples so we don't think that, again, any of this is abstract. We live through this every single day. Even though we don't always talk about it, we experience it. There is a thesis in terms of looking at American racial history that describes two views of looking at American racial history. One is this notion of an anomaly thesis. The Swedish scholar Gunnar Myrdal in 1944 suggested in his famous text that America essentially was a great classical liberal country in the spirit of Louis Hartz and so many others who have argued that, yes, we're not from feudal traditions. We are not a country based on family monarchical heritage, but we are a country that has always had classically liberal views. And yes, there have been a few challenges as it relates to race, but otherwise, we are a great classically liberal American country that has proven to do the impossible. That's one view of American racial history. From Gunnar Myrdal, of course, his text, The American Dilemma. Fast forward to the 1980s, Jennifer Hochschild, still a Harvard professor of government, wrote in her book, The New American Dilemma, that it's not so much an anomaly as it is a symbiosis. That race, like Omi and Why Not have argued, is in fact endemic to the institutions of this country. Why do I start with that? Of all the variables of social characteristics to start with, why start with race? That's essentially because what this country has become as the United States of America is precisely because how people throughout centuries have chosen to categorize others, usually and initially and most perniciously based on phenotypic skin type. We've done it with Native Americans, whom we scalped, pushed westward across the Mississippi River, put them in internment camps that we call reservations in Oklahoma. And then we renamed streets, bridges, and parks after them and took their land. We did it, of course, for African Americans and invoking what was initially indentured servitude to pay off debts for most property owners and to a brutal chattel slavery that, of course, resulted in hundreds of years of forced labor and separation from families and the erasure of people's last names. To this day, Black folks like me cannot trace, for the most part, our actual country of heritage back in the continent of Africa, because those records were stolen from us. And so some people still say that the American experiment on race was something that was a challenge in the 20th century, perhaps, of course, and all the way up to the 16th, 17th centuries, even before we were a country, but that, it's all over. That we've achieved racial success, we've elected some Black mayors, we've got, we had a Black president, we've got a couple Black judges, you got Black police chiefs now. What do you mean? We don't have racial issues anymore. Look around. There's folks in leadership everywhere who look differently than what they used to look like. And that shows that America, right, has achieved what it sought out to achieve. Well, there are others, as you might imagine, that take a different view. Michael Walzer, for example, argues when he talks about America, that there is no country called America. We live in the United States of America, and we have appropriated the adjective American, even though we can claim no exclusive title to it. He goes on to say Canadians and Mexicans are also Americans, but they have adjectives more obviously their own, and we have none. We're just American. And so when I'm thinking about today, how do we become American? How do we activate our citizenship? I think it's important to think about the concept of American itself. Political theorist Horace Callan wrote that other countries get their names from the people, get their names from one of the peoples that inhabit the country. The United States, however, Callan wrote in 1924, on the other hand, had the peculiar anonymity. It is a name that does not even pretend to tell us who lives here. Anybody can live here. And just about everybody does. Men and women from all of the world's peoples. That was in 1924. Here we are 100 years later almost, and we seem to still have a challenge with the fact that just about everybody can live here and just about everybody does. And we're still fighting that battle today. If you don't believe me, call your Congress member and ask them their thoughts on immigration reform. To be America, to be American, is indeed a matter of perspective. And I argue that it's one with both empirical and normative value. James Baldwin, for example, the noted, of course, author, playwright, essayist, who Richard did finally recall used to be a visiting professor of ethnic studies at Bowling Green State University between 1977 and 1981, where my dad founded the Department of Ethnic Studies and was privileged to host him quarter after quarter as he sought to try to indicate how his theories of the American racial experiment might best be explained to a mostly white rural population in Northwestern Ohio in the late 70s. And he wrote this around that time. And he says that our identity as Americans differ in part because our conception of our inception varies. And he says this: people are always consoling me by pointing out the fact if one thinks of this country as an enormous hall, everybody got here and they had to stand in line. And you know that by and by, standing in line, I'll get to the banquet table too. Well, of course, Baldwin adds, I got here first and I helped to cook the food. And I think that this is a great example for Baldwin about the challenge of us having to recognize that everybody's experience as an American has been different. If you do view it as an enormous hall, what some people call a melting pot, a mosaic of folks who are all here, you do have to account for, as Baldwin said, at some point, somebody cooked all the food. And those people were not paid. So this experience, Baldwin later calls a unique kind of American cowardice. And he says this cowardice, this necessity of justifying a totally false identity and of justifying what must be called a genocidal history has placed everyone now living into the hands of the most ignorant and powerful people the world has ever seen. And how did they get that way? By persuading themselves that a Black child's life meant nothing compared to a white child's life. This is in Baldwin's On Being White and Other Lies. The point here is that Baldwin is criticizing Americans as the most ignorant and powerful people the world has ever known. So one reason why, again, I'm so excited about this conference is because we get to talk about citizenship, which truly is the cornerstone of American identity. And it's in executing that citizenship that we actually achieve the rights that citizenship demands. The 20th and 21st century cowardice that Baldwin describes far, however, predates him. He was writing in the 60s and 70s, but that predated him by hundreds of years. And speaking to a New England audience, just like today, where we have people from all over the country participating in this week-long conference. The escaped slave, the man with the bounty on his head, the freedom chaser named Frederick Douglass, dared to explain what it is that Black people want in this country. And he dared to tell the white audience why they want it. And he said this: we may be asked, I say, why we want it. I'll tell you why we want it. We want it because it is our right, first of all. No class of men can, without insulting their own nature, be content with any deprivation of their rights. We want it again as a means of educating our race. But what is it that we want is the question I think we want to ask in terms of both what do we want from this American dream? What do we want from our citizenship? I think Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. did a great job of attempting to answer this question in, of course, a speech called I Have a Dream. But I'm not talking about the one delivered here in Washington. I'm talking about the one he delivered in the Detroit, Michigan area with powerful imagery well before the March on Washington. And this was the original I Have a Dream speech. A speech where Dr. King answered the question of what it is that we want. The question asked by Africans brought to this unfamiliar land as laborers and later as slaves in the 16th and 17th centuries. That same question asked by slaves seeking rights before they had citizenship, like Dred Scott. The question asked by bus and train travelers seeking rail passage, like Homer Plessy. The same question that was asked by countless others in the experience of the Freedom Project. Dr. King replied to the ancestors in the 60s, we want all of our rights, we want them here, and we want them now. He said this in Detroit in front of 500,000 people, interestingly enough, twice as much as the March on Washington and 3 months before the March on Washington. He said, God is not interested in the freedom of Black men, brown men, and yellow men, and we, of course, would add women. God is interested in the freedom of the entire human race. The question of what Black people want, I argue, benefits every single American. And so the question, what do we want? What do we want is answered. We want all of our rights. We want them here, and we want them now. Fast forward to today, and we are just a couple hundred years past Jamestown, where Blacks arrived on shores of America's property, chattel, picking cotton that produced labor that built this country. We forget it, but the Capitol, US Capitol, was built by slaves. The White House was built by slaves. The images of democracy, of a beacon of hope for billions of people around the world, was built by slaves. We're just a few decades beyond barking dogs and water hoses. We're just 130 years or so past the Emancipation Proclamation. We're just decades after Little Rock 9, the Greensboro 4, and the Nashville sit-ins. People who fought to go to school, to go to Woolworths, to go to Walgreens without discrimination, even when the opposition would have rather shut down schools than to let us in. Today, those same people, those same hands that were spit on, those same hands that picked cotton, started picking presidents. They started picking governors. They started becoming leaders in music and art and business and politics and every field of human endeavor you can imagine. But that's not enough. Select Black prosperity does not cancel out the far more pervasive misery experienced by marginalized people, including Black folks in this country to this present day. Cries of justice has been a rallying cry of justice seekers in this place we call the United States of America. The question of justice is a huge theoretical question of what, and I will just ask this for the sake of rhetoric and for your own private perusal. I ask the question being, what is justice? And what does justice require? I'm not going to take the time to answer it because there isn't an answer, I don't think, that will satisfy everybody or perhaps anybody. But I do encourage all of us to really think deeply about that question. What is justice? And what does justice require? John Rawls and Jürgen Habermas and Iris Marion Young and Michael Sandel and other 20th, 21st century political theorists tackle that question at length. And if you haven't seen the justice lectures at Harvard by Michael Sandel, I encourage you to view them. You can view them for free on YouTube. And they're great questions that they ask, again, that force us to think about what it means to be American and how it is that we activate that Americanness. And so if we ask the question of what does it mean to do justice, we know from the footsteps of those who have lobbied for justice, we know that justice is an action. We at least know that. We may not agree on the type of action, but we know it's an action. We also know that justice requires something of us. It requires us to move, perhaps to march down the street fighting for our rights. It requires us to do something. You can't achieve justice sitting down. It requires us to act. So we must continue to believe, I argue, despite the racial histories I've described, I think we're really obligated as Americans, as a hopeful people that were brought together not by a history of racial congruence, but a history of diverse constituencies that makes us the beautiful nation that we are to this day. We must continue to believe in a United States of America that does not just grow old, but that grows up. And we must help this country realize what it has said about itself. And often that means diving into the righteous fights, as folks like King said, or Angela Baker, Angela Davis, and Houston Baker, and so many others. We have the responsibility to make justice a reality. And so we fight because we have to do justice. And we hopefully fight because we have to, in today's current era, because Black lives really do matter. And finally, I would say that it's important for us to embrace these terms, such as Black Lives Matter, such as freedom and equality and liberty, and embrace them not just as words as we're flipping through our remotes and our armchairs in our living rooms, not just movements that we watch from afar, but embrace them as genuine actions of our citizenship. You may not agree with what your neighbor marches about. You may not like the sign that your neighbor has in their yard. But if you're an American, you better like that they have the right to do it. Because the moment that they have that right is taken away, then all of your rights are also taken away. And your ability to do what you want to do, to believe in what you want to believe in, then would cease to exist. We are called as Americans to activate our citizenship. Citizenship was indeed fought for. We did not have such rights in 1789. Dred Scott did not have those rights in 1856. And even after citizenship was granted by the 14th Amendment in 1868 to Black folks, it's obvious that they didn't really have that citizenship activated on paper, at least until 1964, 1965. And most would argue today that that citizenship still has never been fully realized. Most of us did not get the full actualization of those rights until recent decades. And for some, like members of the LGBTQ community like myself, some of us didn't get those rights until recent years. And sadly, if you look at the people who have been so instrumental to moving our America's 20th and 21st century economy forward, if you look to our border, if you look to the laborers that till our fields, that plumb our toilets, that cut our grass, it's a fact that most of them are brown-skinned. It's the fact that some of them are undocumented. And it's a fact that all of them still don't have a pathway to citizenship. I argue that there is no American dream. And that if there ever was an American dream, for most of the marginalized in this country, we've never thought it really applied to us. And most of us still don't, according to the recent surveys. What makes our dreams real? What would make us think an American dream was a real thing? Well, what makes our dreams real is our action afterward. Just like if you dream when you sleep, right? What makes it real is that you remember it when you wake up. You have to, it's the action afterward that makes the dream a reality. And so we have to ask ourselves a series of questions, I think. Did we do justice with the so-called American dream? Did we do justice with the dream of the founding, quote unquote, fathers? I say that deliberately because, of course, many of us would argue there are no such thing as founding fathers, but there were people who were in a position that created the documents that enshrine our country's apparatus today. And many people call them these founding fathers, which of course is quite problematic in so many ways. One, the country was technically founded beforehand. It's just that our nationhood was created as a result of our separation from England. The question that we think about, I think, most today in terms of the challenge of activating citizenship is this question of justice. And so I just want us to, again, ask the question for yourselves, have we done justice with Dr. King's dream? Have you done justice with the dream of Ella Baker? Have we done justice with the dream of Dolores Huerta? The dream of Sylvia Rivera? Have we done justice with the dream of the Chicano farm labor movement? There's so many questions we can ask. And I would ask finally, have you done justice with your grandparents' dreams? Have you done justice with your own dreams? Slaves had a freedom dream that enslaved people made to be slaves by the state that gave them that title. They had a freedom dream each and every day that they were able to imagine before ever actualizing it. And I think our citizenship goes the same way. You have to imagine your citizenship before you can actualize it, which means you've got to take stock that it's a right you have and there's a way you can execute it before you can actually actualize it. And if we use the example of the enslaved Africans, against all odds, before they were able to actualize their dream, they could imagine it. And to be clear, there was no evidence that their horror would ever end. It was the bedrock of America. But folks like Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, Nat Turner, Frederick Douglass, and so many others, we don't know all of those names. And I always take the time to emphasize that because we highlight a couple names that we hear about in social studies and in sixth grade class and in the media, but there's countless of names we don't know and we'll never know. And these are people who had dreams too. And they made their dreams a reality by doing justice. So I'm going to end with this. So many people have asked me, what do we do? Because there's a list of so many challenges. You have mass incarceration. You have growing economic inequality. You have increased limits of representation. You have challenges of voter suppression. You have constant misinformation and disinformation. There's so many macro level problems. It's hard to get out of bed every day. And yet, as Americans, we're kind of uniquely positioned to do that exact kind of work. Too many people, however, still seem unsure about how to impact change. They're overwhelmed. And so I'm going to leave with a few suggestions of how do we actualize our citizenship. One, I say that we can start by listening to others. Listening, I think, is a moral and ethical position because other people's lives is worth knowing. If you don't believe that, I think you're going to have a real hard time being an American. Other people's lives are genuinely worth knowing. And you can't know them if you don't listen to them. Also, listening creates the conditions for coalition building, which allows us, given our different political attitudes, our different ideological beliefs, it allows us to reach across the aisle. And simply because of that listening, we're in a far better position to achieve some of our goals than many of the disconnected justice projects that tend to operate in separate silos where listening is not the framework. Secondly, I say we must never forget that there's always a direct connection between your understanding of your citizenship as an American and other work and values that you may have. So I argue that there's a direct connection between your abolition of prison work and the goals of others to engage in improving public education. There's a deep link between those fighting environmental racism and those seeking to elect politicians that reflect the interest of marginalized Americans. So we must work together to build these bridges to create these strong linkages that, again, I believe begins with listening. We must also go to each other's group meetings. We don't do that enough. We'll create our own organization, we'll go to our own meetings, and then we won't go support other groups that are doing similar things. That's the problem. And it makes our work much more difficult because we end up duplicating it often. We must fight in other people's rallies. Last past weekend was the Women's March in DC. I'm not a woman. I was there. We must stand in the gap for the old and young, for the weak and the strong, for the rich and the poor. We must move beyond just our dreams and think about the dreams that we could be if we only dared to listen to one another. Most people's dreams are never known, are never told, and are never shared. We forget to document, for example, the stories of the elderly. We often wait until they're long in the casket and call them ancestors. But just like with reclaiming our citizenship and taking stock of our responsibility to activate it, we must reclaim and tell their stories too. The stories of our family members, our ancestors, whose dreams perhaps have been stalled or delayed. But yet it's this country that can perhaps bring them back to life. So I encourage us to get out our iPhones or our other smart devices and record the stories of the elderly around you. Incorporate them into your social media posts. I argue this is important because not everyone's witness counts the same. And the story of the American experiment demonstrates that every single day. And so we have to be mindful that, for example, people with Alzheimer's, the Alzheimer's Walk in DC is coming up next week, for example, can't tell their own stories. Black moms complaining, you may remember, in Flint over their children not having clean water, which ultimately resulted in the former Republican governor being charged and convicted, by the way. But the fact that the Black mothers complaining about the lead in their children's water did not create the government action tells you that not everyone's witness counts the same. No one cared because the kids were poor and mostly Black. So I want us to think about becoming American, interestingly enough, perhaps, by telling someone else's story. If you're doing NAACP work, you need to connect with folks doing environment work, right? If your focus is on gender equity, you can connect with people doing race work. If your focus is on sexuality, you can't really do that without talking about race and gender. So I encourage us that we can uplift some aspects of our own ascriptive identities made real by our American naturalization or birth. And when we do that, we will be closer to doing justice, and we'll be closer to making these dreams of fierce urgency of now that Dr. King spoke of true. And finally, I don't think the legacy of America's citizenship story is just about getting people to listen to one another. We also have to be mindful to get America to listen to itself. We and only we can make America accountable to itself, because we live in a democratic republic, which means that we send representatives to city councils and state capitals and to the nation's capital to represent our interest. And if they don't represent our interests, our founding documents give us the power to remove them. So we don't have that problem, but it requires our active and mass participation. Only we can get America to truly ensure that all are not just created equal, but that all are treated equally and that all have equitable outcomes. Only we can get this country to ensure there is equal justice under the law for everyone, and it's not just an inscription on top of our beautiful, majestic Supreme Court building. And I know this is very difficult. So I'm not trying to pretend as though what I've discussed this morning is easy, because it's never happened before. If we're honest, it's never happened. But I have to believe in that spirit that is uniquely American, that it's not impossible, that despite our current moment, we can do it if we do it together. That same spirit that may have been a dim light for the enslaved, but that kept them holding on to a brighter future. That same spirit that helped the Polish and the Italians who came to this country and lived in ghettos and were the original marginalized white populations of the 20th century. And that they then later became white. That transition, that hope of being something better, requires first recognizing our American story, and secondly, understanding the citizenship cornerstone that makes that story a legitimate project that incorporates every single one of us. And finally, then we're left with the responsibility to actualize that story. And if we don't do it, then our own democratic republic tells us who to blame. And it won't be the elites. It won't be the powerful few. The system of government that we have ultimately is based on the participation of the citizens. Our government, your government, the government, whatever phrase you want to use, is only as good as those citizens who choose to participate in it and with it. And with that, I welcome any questions.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Perry, for a passionate and very clear challenge to all of us who like to think we're Americans just by, as you say, sitting in our armchairs. You've made it very clear that we really become Americans by being active and fighting for the freedom of everyone, especially those who are excluded through the passivity and failure to observe what's happening in their lives. And so I really appreciate that you start your list of what we can do with something that is very basic to all of us, which is to put aside our outrage and our blaming and to listen to the pain and the aspirations of other people who are different from us. So that is just a wonderful introduction to the whole conference on making a better America. I am surprised that we don't have any questions coming in from the audience, but let me invite the other presenters in this session to unmute their phones. And if you have questions for Dr. Perry, please go ahead and ask them. No one has chimed in yet. Let me ask you this. You teach young people, and you've undoubtedly said similar things to them. What do you find about young people? How do they respond to you? I mean, we live in a culture of kind of continual spectacles and entertainments and excitements. How do they respond to your encouragement that they be active?
That's such a great question, Richard. And the answer, I think, is a mixed bag. In general, I would say the response is one of being tired, which is sad that you're young and you're tired already. But many of them seem genuinely overwhelmed and frustrated by what they perceive to be so many macro inequities that are just exasperated in marginalized communities. And from their vantage point, they see government doing little to nothing. They seem to see little resonance in the two-party system. They certainly don't have any respect for the Electoral College. And they don't think that the political party system in general, and particularly the certain either Democratic or Republican Party, has their interests at heart. And so that is made more challenging by the fact that many of those young people were never properly educated in K through 12 about the country in which they live. And so they end up in my college classroom and in college classroom of thousands of other professors around the country. And they don't all uniformly know the same things, which creates serious problems in terms of the kinds of issues you can really talk about in the classroom. If only half the class has ever heard of the Middle Passage, for example, well, then I can't just go through and, the rest of my lecture, because apparently if you don't understand that brutal history, and it wasn't just a boat that sent people here, right? There was layers of floorboards, of feces, of people jumping off in the middle of the ocean to their deaths. And, the transatlantic slave trade was horrible. If you've never learned that history, then we have to back up where we start with in a college classroom. If you don't know Seneca Falls, if you never heard of the Combahati River Statement, if you aren't aware of the efforts of the Chicano farm labor movement in the 60s, if you don't know these stories, then, and as James Baldwin said, you know, you have such powerful people who simply are ignorant. And I hesitate to say the word because I have to also always say ignorance is not a pejorative. It's not a bad thing. All of us are ignorant. All of us will die at some point being ignorant of most things. I know a lot about politics. I know nothing about chemistry. Extremely ignorant, right? And so I can't help you with that. But I think it's important that we just acknowledge that, you know, and whether it be about COVID-19 or so many other macro problems that young people see, they sadly don't see the kinds of instant gratification that they see on social media. Where, you know, you indicate an issue, you get immediate response, you got 10,000 followers and something major has happened. Even with GoFundMe, et cetera, campaigns, right? You state an issue and then within an hour, you got $1 million. And they see this world move much faster than it seems to do so in city councils, state legislatures, and in Washington, D.C. And for that, they are very impatient. But I really do think it comes down to the fact that many of them don't have belief that the American political system can work for them. And I often end with this long series of conversations with students at the end of the semester by reminding them about a series of folks who once had negative or nefarious or naysaying kind of attitudes and changed their perspectives. Thurgood Marshall, for example, you know, used to always, of course, understood that the Constitution was not written for Black people, was not written by Black people. There were no women in the room. There were no Native Americans or brown people anywhere to be found, right? There were none propertied white people in the room either, right? And so he understood all of that, but he also said, while I understand that the Constitution was not written for us, I'm going to make sure that it works for us. And that is the attitude that I try to leave students with, that you may want to tear down the system. You may want to think that the revolution is necessary. But the reality is that's unlikely to happen, A. And secondly, you probably don't really want revolution because revolution will disrupt the economic system, will mean you don't have your cell phone perhaps turned on. It will mean a whole bunch of things that, you know, you aren't really imagining when you have revolution. Things disappear, social systems go away. And thirdly, I remind them that the revolution you seek, ironically, the answers how to achieve it is in the Constitution that did not initially include you. And that we have a system in this country to actually overthrow the government. If we want to overthrow the government, ironically, the Constitution tells you exactly how to do that. You need 2/3 votes in your state legislatures, and you need 2/3 vote in Congress, and you can get rid of the whole system. It tells you how to do it. And so, of course, that system is slower, it's incremental, it doesn't meet the young people's rightful indignation and rightful impatience. And that, I think, is the challenge that many of them still have.
Wonderful. That's terrific. It raises a question that maybe we can talk about in the panel, which is perhaps our ideal future as a country would include the requirement of universal civics and American history in all high schools, and somehow not leave it up to the local school board, which might decide, well, these kids don't need to know that. So let's leave that as a possibility for discussion in the panel. Let's move now to pay respect to our agenda to Hila Hanif, who, let me say, is a foreign policy advisor, a community activist, and a humanitarian. Hila Hanif serves as the Director for Afghanistan Strategy and Policy in the Office of the Secretary of Defense. Asian and Pacific Security Affairs. Hila has been with the Department of Defense since 2009 and has served in various positions, including Director for Cooperative Threat Reduction Policy, Special Assistant to the Secretary of Defense Ash Carter, and Advisor for Cyber Policy. Her other government assignments and rotations include stints at the Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers Europe, SHAPE, and the NATO Training Mission Afghanistan at the Department of State's Office of the Special Representative for Afghanistan and Pakistan, and in USAID's Office of Transition Initiatives as the Civ Military Advisor. Prior to joining the department, Hila worked in the international development field on various capacity building programs and was based in Kabul, Afghanistan for 2 years, working on higher education development. It's my honor to welcome Hila Hanif.
Great. Good morning, Dr. Margolies, and thank you for that kind introduction. And also good morning to everyone who's participating in this session or watching virtually. I just want to start by emphasizing that my remarks today represent my own views and do not represent the views of my employer. I am very honored to be taking part of this conference and for the unique opportunity just to reflect and share some thoughts on an issue that I probably think about each day of my life and constantly, but never thought I'd have the opportunity to speak about in a public forum. I'm very honored to be speaking amongst professors, members of Congress, and other experts of the field. When seeing the list of so many distinguished speakers, I had to think to myself and actually go back to my emails to revisit why I was invited to speak as part of this conference to begin with. Truthfully speaking, I still don't know why, but I imagine that part of the reason was that the organizers wanted me to share my story and how that story shapes my views as an American and my ideals for our nation. I believe that the organizers of this conference want to inspire activism, civic engagement, and reconnecting with the ideals of our founding fathers' vision for a values-based society. I hope I don't offend them when I say this, but I don't think that the key to a better America is civic engagement and involvement in political processes and policymaking. I think the key to a better America is in your relationships and in particular your friendships. So I say that tongue in cheek, of course. I absolutely believe in civic engagement and in political activism, but I'm also very serious when I say that your friendships, your children's friendships, are going to shape the assumptions that you make about every person you interact with for the rest of your life, how you treat them in the workplace, how you judge their work, how you evaluate their intelligence and their potential, and whether you truly believe that working to improve the conditions of others who are not from your social circle, who are not from your economic circle, and who don't share your religion, your ethnic background, or even your nationality, how improving their livelihoods will be better for you, for your family, and for our nation. Your friendships will also allow you to be a mentor and a guide to your friends' children who may want to follow your path or who may not know that an opportunity exists until they meet you. In fact, it was one of my friendships that led me to meeting the organizers of this conference who invited me to speak today and who gave me this opportunity to share my thoughts, which are hopefully bring a unique perspective to this conference. I am a Muslim, and my religious beliefs and teachings, which I usually don't talk about in the workplace or in public forums, they really are on my mind as I try to make sense of my daily experiences and my struggles. So there's one particular teaching that has been really a motivating factor to how I try to live my life, how I try to be, an active member or a positive member of my country and my society, and how I try to find purpose in my work. So it is a teaching of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, who said, "None of you truly believes until he loves for his brother what he loves for himself." So I'm going to come back to that teaching, later on, or that mindset later on, as I give some more remarks. So we talk about there's a lot of discourse, to my enjoyment about diversity in the workplace and why it's so important. I think one of the reasons is that people who have grown up being the other, because they are either the only female or the only person from a particular background in their school or in their workplace, they have spent their entire lives, and this is the case for me and a lot of my family, thinking about their identity, always being that other, and maybe struggling to try to imitate those who seem like they belong, or who have seemed to have found the path to success, but also empathizing not only with their country of residence or their nationality, but also their country or their communities from their birth, or with communities who have ties beyond the United States, and those ties and those values and those thinking, or maybe those opportunities or lack thereof, very much shape their experience as an American. When, for example, when they see a crisis unfold, they think to themselves, that could have been me, or in my case, as an Afghan American, that definitely would have been me had it not been the opportunity that my family had come to the United States as refugees, and for me to grow up as an American. Sometimes having that experience of being the other will actually, make people want to, actually cut the ties with their country of origin, because they don't want to be like that. They don't want to look like that. They don't want to be seen as a hyphenated American, or like those people who have come from places where the values are so different. And then there are others who on the contrary, will really want to have more empathy for people from different places who have had, less opportunities than we have had as Americans. So a little bit more about my background and how it ties into my views as American. I was born in Kabul, Afghanistan in 1981. This was 17 months after my brother was born and 18 months after the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, which would alter the course of my life and my family's life forever. My family was fortunate enough to have some means to, pay some smugglers to leave the country and go to Pakistan and sustain themselves as refugees for about a year. And we're also fortunate enough to have left during a time where somebody in the United States political system made the decision to accept refugees from Afghanistan in large numbers because of, the shared political interests and ties between our countries at the time. But also there was a decision to keep families intact, such that the system made it very easy for my family to sponsor other family members, such that a very large chunk of my family is together in the States. So while we face the struggles of kind of leaving the country, the language, the culture, the religion that we knew, we did have this family unit and social support system that I think really helped us thrive in America. When I grew up, I did feel different. And part of that was by design from my parents. They wanted very much for us to maintain the values and the religion and the culture from our country of origin, right? So part of that was them, and it was not that somebody else was trying to make me feel different or less American. But it was also very important for us to not only survive in America, but to be successful and thrive in America. And to be honest, it is not natural to know how to do that when you come from a different background or from a different country. And really the key, at least in my family's case, is to build bonds with those who look like they know what they're doing, and to try to seek some advice from them and imitate them until you yourself get on your feet. So as my parents face struggles in the workplace, oftentimes being treated as less intelligent or with lower professional potential because of their language barriers before they learn English or because of their accent once they became fluent, they always still continue to observe the people around them and try to pick up on what a successful American looks like, how they act, and what steps they teach to be successful. And maybe they thought that they could never completely realize those steps for themselves. So they definitely try to teach that to their children. There are many ways to look at and define success, but for the purposes of my parents' efforts, for them to put my brother and I on a path of success, they wanted us to have, the best educational opportunities and then the best opportunities in the workplace. And I will say that I am fortunate enough to have studied in competitive academic institutions and to have been able to pursue an interesting career, first in the international development field, and then for the past decade as a national security, foreign policy advisor and as a civil servant. Yes, I studied hard and developed some of the interpersonal and communication skills that are necessary to thrive in the workplace. But really, it was a few friendships and professional relationships along the way that steered me in the direction that led me to where I am today. And it was not just my own hard work or academic potential. It truly was the mentors, the friends, and then the advice that given by others who knew a little bit more than I did or than my parents did on what it takes to be successful, however you define that. My mother worked as an administrative assistant at a university in an office full of professors, administrators, and then other very bright students who were working in her office for work study. My parents had both gotten their degrees from Kabul University, where your college admission or even your course of study are not determined by your high school grades and activities, but by a single entrance exam. So really, that is a very different system than what it takes to, be competitive in the best academic institutions in America. By the time I was in middle school, my mother would come home and tell me what she had picked up from colleagues or other students who were working in her office. Her colleagues would discuss the competitive process of how to gain admission to the university where she worked, which was Georgetown University, and what their children or what other colleagues' children did to enhance their application. One day she told me that I have to have a lot of activities on my application and that admissions officers would look back as far as the 8th grade to see, what my resume looked like. I was panicked, realizing that my 8th grade extracurriculars were very light, but I was starting high school and quickly signed up for every extracurricular I had time for without understanding why. So from the math club to the Future Business Leaders of America to tennis practice and piano lessons, I did what I was told to be successful in America. The next year, my mom picked up another tidbit from her colleagues, and she said it wasn't enough anymore for me to just be in the club, but I had to be in a leadership position as well. I was far too shy and lacked confidence to be president of any organization, but I was perfectly happy to be the treasurer of several of them. By the time I was a senior, I had followed all of the advice of the colleagues who had passed information to my mother, and I gained early admission to Georgetown University, where I completed my undergraduate studies. There is no way I would have had the confidence or the direction to apply to such an academic institution if my mom had not worked there, and I certainly would not have been admitted if it had not been for the advice of the colleagues and the other students who had surrounded and befriended my mother. Luckily for me, she has a lovely personality, and a lot of these people wanted to be friends with her. So for me, the next 4 years were particularly formative because I was surrounded by people who, unlike me, who had just signed up for whatever club because somebody told me. I think they had a little bit more guidance about why it was important. And I continued to imitate them to take the steps on how to be successful in America. So I was in awe during my freshman year when my classmates were seeking internships on Capitol Hill during the initial weeks of school. And I myself couldn't figure out how to make good use of my summers other than making sure to, earn an income to pay for some of my expenses. Every consequential step that I took that led me down to the career path I am now is because of a friend or a colleague who gave me advice and direction. My parents came from a society where a woman moves from her parents' house to her husband's house. But my mom was surrounded by students who all went to study overseas during their junior year. So it was a given that I too would go overseas during my junior year, despite the shock from my extended family who couldn't believe that my parents would allow me to do such a thing. This first experience living and traveling abroad all led me down to the career path that I chose ultimately, first in international development and then in foreign policy and international affairs. During the fall of my junior year, when I realized that I needed to spend my summers not just earning money, but also doing something that would help me find a job upon graduation, I was completely lost, and this was actually just 1 month after 9/11, which was another pivotal moment in my life. I had a classmate who just said, have you ever thought about looking for an internship at the State Department? And this was just weeks away from the deadline for internships for the following summer. The thought never crossed my mind, but I looked at the website, applied, and was accepted. And working there that following summer is what led me to pursue a career as a civil servant. When I was in graduate school, having spent 2 years working in Afghanistan on development programs, I noticed that in a lot of my classes, there were military fellows, there were mid-career officers who had come to my program for a mid-career master's. I had never had a lot of interaction with or connection with the military, and actually having worked in the development field in a war zone, aid workers oftentimes, understandably, do not want to be associated with the military or military operations. So unless they have to, they sometimes keep their distance. I first didn't really think to interact with them much, but then I realized that for these military fellows who are a little, older than the other students, it must be an awkward experience being, amongst so many rowdy students. And so using the connection that we had to Afghanistan, of all places, where many of them had served, I had started to befriend them. And then when it came time for me to graduate and interview for civil service positions, it was these fellows, these friends and friendships that I had formed that led me to consider a career in the Department of Defense. They also prepared me for those interviews, and ultimately, that's where I've been working for the past decade. So once again, the path that I am on now would not have been the path I would have taken had it not been for the relationships and the friendships that I formed. And it was these colleagues and friends who guided my path and who continue to guide my path. So despite my background working in the development field, when I started in the Department of Defense over a decade ago, I truly felt like I had found the government agency that was the right fit for me. The ideals of service and sacrifice for the greater good is something that resonated with me. And that is why I had pursued, international development to begin with. But actually, I really kind of felt a sense for those ideals when I worked alongside the military. What I've realized through my time in the workforce is that the relationships and friendships that I formed weren't just necessary to guide me academically or to get my foot in the door as a civil servant, but also the way I interact with others and how natural it is for them to interact with somebody like me is as much correlated to my success and impact in the workplace as my capabilities to do my job. As I've moved into supervisory positions and tried to mentor and develop a newer generation of civil servants, I continue to observe whose talents are recognized easily in a workplace and whose talents are sometimes overlooked, or perhaps whose talents take a little bit longer to realize. I personally have never observed blatant discrimination in my workplace based on gender or ethnicity, but I have observed and have been approached by colleagues with more diverse backgrounds who have often felt that they have to work a little harder in developing the relationships that are needed to be successful in the workplace. I have found that these relationships are even harder to develop when approaching potential mentors of a different generation from mine, who likely grew up in a less diverse social circle and a less diverse professional setting. I often observe patterns of those who come from a more diverse background as feeling that it's a little bit harder of them to be heard or to be recognized even when they do get in the workplace or get their foot in the door. And frankly, sometimes I have felt that myself. I strongly believe that the social circles and family settings of those who are in the more senior positions of any workplace is the most important factor in allowing anyone with talent, no matter what their background is, to thrive in the workplace and in our society. I think that is the key factor to mitigating a lot of the social tension and inequality in the opportunities that we see in America today. Over the past 3 years, I have had the unique privilege to serve the United States while working on issues related to my country of birth. Working on Afghanistan policy from the Department of Defense has been challenging and eventful, especially over the past few months. I have never been so personally or emotionally invested in my work until I was involved in the US government's effort to evacuate over 100,000 civilians in a short period of time in a very insecure environment and stressful situation with the recent evacuations from Afghanistan. There are two key parts of this experience that I would like to share. First, when I left Afghanistan when I was 2 months old. So I have a lot of, family stories of how we left, how we were separated from each other in different countries, how everyone had faith that ultimately they would be reunited, but really no guarantee or assurance. And despite being an American, I have, and having spent all but the first year of my life as an American, I now found myself in the workplace daily as we were working on this crisis, feeling like I was reliving my parents' experience from 4 decades ago, and feeling the stress and uncertainty that they must have felt as I was, amongst other things, also trying to help some of my family members who are still in Afghanistan leave during this uncertain time. So I asked this: imagine how different every American's perspective and empathy would be towards their fellow citizens if they had the experience of losing everything that they knew, having to start over and relearn how to live and thrive in a society in which they live. That having more people in policy-making positions or in any workplace who have that experience is very important to us, developing this concept of loving for our brother what we love, or sister what we love for ourselves. Despite the decades of time and distance between my country of birth and then the United States, I find myself deeply connected to both nations. One is one of the richest and most prosperous, and one is amongst the poorest. And yet the United States finds its interests continually, at least somewhat linked to a country that is so far away and is so different. I can't help think how different my life would be had the United States not been so connected to Afghanistan and open to, accepting so many Afghans here, and how limited my choices would have been if I was living in any country other than the United States. But the second part of this experience that I want to share that's even more remarkable is the interactions I've had with I have not had interactions with all of them, but kind of come across thousands of service members who throughout the evacuation period and even now have been staying up night and day to help find a way for the Afghans that they've worked with, whose life may be at risk or who simply want to ensure that their children have a better life than them, find a way out of a country and hopefully the one place that most of them want to go, which is the United States. So the service members who are doing this work night and day to help Afghans, they are not humanitarian workers. They are not immigration activists. And in fact, they have other full-time jobs. What is motivating them to empathize with and help people from one of the poorest countries in the world is the bonds that they forged and the friendships that they made over the past 2 decades of the United States involvement in Afghanistan. Those friendships, those bonds, those human connections are way more powerful than any speech that they will hear from any politician, policymaker, or activists. Those friendships, the genuine friendships, and not just their academic studies or the NGO that they work with, are really, really the key to human empathy. And I truly believe that the more diverse your friend circle and your relationships, especially if you are in a position of leadership and power, the greater empathy you will have for your fellow citizens, no matter what their background is, and the more motivation you will have to sacrifice your own time and comfort to help make them better. And when we do that, and then when we allow people from those different backgrounds to truly realize what it means to be successful in America, to have opportunities in places that still are not very diverse, we have to realize, and we play lip service and say a diverse workplace makes us better. And, we're not realizing our potential as a nation until we pull upon all the talent that we have as a nation. That's not going to happen if we don't have diverse friendships and therefore are more comfortable interacting with people from such backgrounds, recognizing their talents, not stereotyping them or just making a subconscious decision that they are somehow less capable or not really meant to be in the leadership positions as the people that we're used to seeing. I want to kind of share, a few more experiences that I've had in the workplace that I think has also shaped some of the people that I work with that are beyond just what we're working on professionally. So I used to be, for a very brief period of time, a tour guide for the Department of State. I was a contractor, and I would give tours in Dari to delegations that the State Department was sponsoring from Afghanistan. These were tours of Washington, D.C. And years later, I told a colleague who's in the military that my favorite part of the tour was the Jefferson Memorial. And I just think it's so magical that somebody who was, in a position of influence would write an ideal that, all human beings want to want to choose life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and to try to work towards, a system of government that would allow people to do that. My military colleague, his view of his career and his view of Muslims, frankly, was shaped by various terrorist attacks, including the USS Cole bombing and, of course, the 9/11 attacks. And after developing a good report at work, he admitted to me, he's like, I'll just be honest, I never really liked Muslims. And I am amazed that a Muslim would quote Thomas Jefferson. And I tell this story to friends, and oftentimes they're offended on my behalf. But frankly, I appreciated his honesty and the fact that he viewed me as enough of a friend and a colleague to admit that to me. I hope, perhaps naively, that our friendship and our interaction in the workplace would cause him to think twice when he reflects on his experiences and interactions with a Muslim. And I truly believe that friendship and that bond, again, is more powerful than any political idea that someone's going to, tell him that he's not going to truly believe until he has a human interaction that leads him to believe otherwise. I have had other colleagues who've made similar comments, and a lot of them have never met someone from my background who have served in a policymaking role. There are times that the challenges in my workplace have made me think, am I really in the right place? Would it be a little bit easier for me to thrive in the workplace if there are more people who look like me, and if it didn't sometimes seem like an uphill battle to be heard? But then I meet a younger generation. Frankly, in where I work, the younger generation is diverse. There has been a lot of initiative to actively recruit people from different backgrounds. And for a lot of them, they have told me that, I didn't realize this until they told me that I am the first minority female that they've ever worked for, and how different their work experiences has been, because of that. And I realized myself that I have, at least as a civil servant, up until recently, never worked for a minority female. And I do wonder, how would that shape my experience in the workplace? And so what is inspiring me to continue my work is that this generation is on a path to a better America. The more people that we have in key roles in any organization, but especially in policymaking organizations, the more people we have in government who have lunch or water cooler conversations with women, with Muslims, with people with accents, with people who are from immigrant families, when this becomes the norm and not the exception, our entire nation will benefit from it. I started earlier with talking about an Islamic teaching of loving for your brother or your sister what you love for yourself. And that is something that I hope that we take away from this conference. But part of that equation of loving for your brother, your sister, what you love for yourself, it starts with friendships and start as who you truly view as your brother and your sister. And those start with our human connections and, our bonds. So I just also kind of want to end by emphasizing that some of the challenges that I've experienced have come from who you least expected, and so all of us should constantly be challenging ourselves to make sure that we are not the person that we criticize. When I meet, when I'm interviewing women or people from different backgrounds, I have to actually question myself and make sure that I'm not evaluating them or viewing them different because they don't look like the person who I'm used to seeing in a position of leadership or a position of power. The best professional experience that I've had is with my first boss. She was a white woman who had very deeply conservative political views and was very vocal about it. But because she truly believes in this, recruited one of the most diverse teams I've ever been on, majority women, almost every single one from some sort of diverse ethnic or family background. And more importantly, not only did she recruit such a diverse team, I really believe that she truly gave everybody just an equal opportunity to thrive and to shine in the workplace because she believed that we would maximize the productivity and the potential of this team if every single person was working at their max potential. And that's really means, recognizing them and allowing them those opportunities. And so I also want to remind people that why I'm patient or understanding when someone admits to me that they haven't had a good impression of a Muslim or someone with my background before they met me. It's because this is human nature. We as Americans oftentimes criticize America or criticize, white Americans or men for being in a position to potentially have biases or discriminate, et cetera. But this is something that is true in any society where those who tend to have the power or have the relationships that allow them to be successful or maybe sometimes just have a natural tendency to maybe subconsciously discriminate against others. And so the country where I come from is notorious for giving more opportunities to people if you have the same family connections, the same ethnic background, the same gender. And so I think that leads me to be more empathetic when human beings do this because I know that this is not, an America thing. It's just that I truly believe that as Americans, we do, because of how prosperous this nation is, we should hold ourselves to the highest standard possible, and so maybe instead of criticism, this should come with a little bit of a self-reflection and a constant effort towards improvement. And it's not because we are not great as a country. I think this is an amazing country, but it's that we as human beings can always strive to be a little bit better. And I think that is what's going to make a better America. It's not because America isn't great. It's because we should always be striving to be better if we want to be the best society that we can be. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions or take part of any discussions as part of this panel.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Hila, Hanif, for your wonderful presentation, A Better America from the Perspective of a New Generation of Americans. And I think it's interesting how well it fits with Dr. Perry's point about listening and connecting with the humanity of other people who may appear different from us, and how it transforms, as you say, relationships. And in a sense, what I hear listening to your very personal and moving story is that we can't have a better America without Americans working to better themselves in the process. that there's an inherent connection, humanly, between our individual lives and our social fabric as a country. I noticed that we aren't getting questions, which I think must be a technological problem that our tech advisor, Chiwaya Benjamin, who's also an immigrant, will be working on solving that problem. I want to again invite other members of this morning session to unmute their phones, and or Winslow Myers, who's also in the Zoom room, who's a presenter on another day. If you want to ask Hila Hanif a question, please go ahead. Well, I see that's not happening. But I was very moved by your defining equality, which is a fundamental purpose of our country, in such personal terms, such immediate terms, because when we think about making a better America, we might think of simply some larger political process. But you are emphasizing how we create the American value and purpose of equality in our relationships, something that I'm very sensitive to as a psychologist and just as another person. Also, I hear in your presentation that you emphasize what the Prophet Muhammad says of loving another as you love yourself, which is not uniquely Muslim, of course. It's also fundamental to Judeo-Christian theology and other religions. So you really strike a theme of universality, which is so welcome and wonderful. I see Winslow has unmuted his phone. Do you have a question for Hila?
Yeah, I do. I was interested in her thoughts about Afghan women now in Afghanistan, because maybe this is the most poignant thing about the Afghan war, is the fact that women made so much progress over the last 20 years. Maybe the best outcome that came from our campaign over there, and now there's been quite a setback.
Sure, be happy to talk about that a little bit. I mean, even before what happened recently, it was last year where I read a survey from one think tank that ranked the worst places in the world to be a woman, and Afghanistan was still pretty close to the bottom. And part of that was the fact that it was still a conflict zone, and the impacts that has on women and the lives of women, and frankly, in deeply conservative societies, the very valid security of the entire community, but especially of women, and the vulnerability that they have in a low secure environment, really impacts their opportunities and the rest of society's willingness to kind of give them a little bit more independence and those opportunities. And so even before the recent events in Afghanistan was still a very hard place to be for a woman. But I think that what gives me hope is what we've seen and what we'll continue to see, hopefully, from some of the women who have kind of seen a different society over the past couple of decades, is the even if it's limited, the voice that women have and the importance of their political activism. And so we've been seeing in the news protests of women across Afghanistan that they, want to maintain and retain some of the rights and the role that they've had in society over the past 2 decades. And I think just the fact that, they have had that guidance or those relationships that show how the importance that is for a woman, that is very different from even the generation of my parents, where there was a lot more security and stability in the society, but not encouragement for a lot of women to really be very politically involved in decisions that affect the politics of the country. And so it is, obviously I don't want to paint too rosy of a picture of what the future is going to hold for Afghan women, but there's no way that they're not going to be incredibly shaped by the experiences they have had over the past 2 decades, even if those if that environment is changing dramatically for them.
You seem to be implying that freedom, once it's tasted, is hard to forget.
Absolutely.
Anyone else have a question there? All right. Well, let me see. Is Dr. Kendra Stewart still in the room? Would you be able to start now, if a bit early?
Yes, sure.
Okay, very good. Well, let me first introduce you. And thank you to Hila, Hanif, that was wonderful. Dr. Kendra Stewart is going to speak to us about citizen-driven, not dollar-driven government, engaging young people. She's a professor, an advocate, and a public servant. Dr. Stewart is professor of political science and public administration and director of the Riley Center for Livable Communities at the College of Charleston. Her research interests include nonprofit management, state and local government, food policy, and women in politics. She's co-editor of a book entitled The Practice of Government Public Relations. Dr. Stewart is a fellow of the National Academy of Public Administration, NAPA, an independent, nonprofit, and nonpartisan organization chartered by Congress to assist government leaders in building more effective, efficient, accountable, and transparent organizations. She was also elected to serve as president of the American Society for Public Administration, ASPA, for 2020-21. Dr. Stewart.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Margolies. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I was going to see if Benjamin would allow me to share my screen before I get started. I don't know if I have that ability. I think he just has to give me that opportunity.
Okay.
I have just a handful of slides I'm going to share during the presentation. Yep. Now I see. Thank you very much. Great. Okay. And I will do that in just a moment. I really appreciate the chance to be here today. And as well as the theme of this conference. Sorry, let me pull this up. There we go. Can you see that?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. At a time when there is so much cynicism in our country, especially towards government, I greatly appreciate the optimism towards the future of America that this conference offers. I am honored and humbled to be among so many great thought leaders, particularly my 2 co-panelists, Dr. Perry and Ms. Hanif, who already shared such wonderful thoughts and ideas and are an awful hard acts to follow for me. But I look forward to hearing more ideas from folks from throughout the week and the rest of the conference about how the core values of our country can continue to drive us in a direction of capitalizing on the tremendous potential that we have as a nation. I began my career working in state government and really enjoyed the ability to help create and implement policies that could make a real difference in people's lives. They weren't always exciting or glamorous policies, working on sewer systems or stormwater management, but they were important services that had a direct impact on our communities and their residents. When I left government to become a professor, I began to understand how little the majority of our people knew about government. These two experiences have created in me a passion for civic education and civic engagement, the two things that must exist in order for us to have a government based on popular sovereignty, one of our core values. In other words, a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Today, I'll be discussing two things that I think impact civic engagement and are absolutely necessary in envisioning a better America. Getting a handle on the continually increasing influx of private money in politics, and the importance of involving young people in our decision making. To set the stage, I would like to share a little bit of data on how Americans feel. For approximately a decade, I worked on several nonpartisan public opinion polls studying voter attitudes and beliefs. I assisted with focus groups around the country to try to more deeply understand how people feel about our current state, our future, and our leadership. Based on everything I learned, I have a few general observations to share that will lay the groundwork for what my later thoughts on what we need to do to more positively realign to match our fundamental values. First, since 2001, voters have become more and more cynical about and distrustful of our government. According to Pew Research Center, right now, public trust in government remains very low. Only about 1/4 of Americans say they can trust the government in Washington to do what is right, just about always or most of the time. As you can see, this is something Pew has tracked since the late 1950s. And although it has gone up and down over time, we've been consistently low since the early 2000s. A second data point that is often referenced to describe the state of the country is what is referred to as the right direction, wrong track question. As you can see on this slide, that over time, people have less faith in the direction we are heading. Although opinion has gone back and forth over time, since 2003, more Americans believe we are headed down the wrong track as a country than believe we are on the right track. Related to this is a Gallup poll question measuring people's satisfaction with the direction in which we are heading. As of August of this year, only 23% of Americans are satisfied with the way things are going in the US. Although there has been a lot of evidence, particularly in the last two presidential elections, that polling is not always accurate, I would argue that after conducting dozens of focus groups throughout the country, that these polls do capture the feelings of most Americans. I base this on over a dozen national public opinion polls I worked on over the span of a decade. So the question begs why? Why are people so dissatisfied, distrustful, and doubtful about our future? Based on the research I've worked on, I would say that concern over corruption and unethical behavior in government is the top reason. Respondents to some of the polls I've worked on consistently selected government ethics and corruption as the most important issue facing America. I do need to caveat this with the point that this 10-year research project concluded in 2019, before the majority of Americans became much more aware of and concerned about issues of social injustice and public health. In the focus groups we conducted following these polls, the same concern of government corruption was expressed over and over again. And the most consistent connection to corruption was private money. The average American citizen feels like their opinion does not matter to elected officials in the same way that the opinion of big donors matters. In fact, when asked, 85% of people agreed with the statement that there are different rules for the well-connected people with money, compared to only 15% believing everyone plays by the same rules. Another very disconcerting response we consistently heard was the belief that we are not a country in which our government operates with the consent of the people. We tested this on a poll and found that less than 1/3 of Americans agreed with the statement that the federal government has the consent of the people, a fundamental value that stems from our most important and heralded founding documents, the Declaration of Independence. So why? Public opinion consistently demonstrates dismay and dissatisfaction with the ever-growing dependence of political campaigns on private donations and the perceived influence that comes with campaign donations. Each election cycle, the amount of money raised and the amount spent continues to increase. According to Open Secrets, in 2020, over $14.4 billion was spent on the presidential and congressional elections, making it the most expensive election by far in U.S. history and significantly more expensive than past elections. 9 of the 10 most expensive Senate races and 5 of the 10 most expensive House races also occurred in 2020. The largest category of donations is made up of large donors, defined as those who give over $200. This may not sound like a lot of money, but to most Americans, this amount is just not feasible. Overall, less than 2% of Americans give this much. A large percent of funds in this category come from a small number of very large donors. In fact, the top 100 donors gave $1.6 billion to political committees in 2020, accounting for 9% of the total fundraising. That is 100 donors giving over $1.6 billion. There is some good news, though, with the 2020 election, as can be seen here when looking at comparisons to 2016. First, you will note that there was an increase in the percent raised from small donors, going from 15 to 23%. This increase represents a growing number of donors who have traditionally not given to campaigns, particularly women, who accounted for 45% of donations in 2020, compared to 37% and 30% in 2016 and 2012, respectively. This type of grassroots fundraising was especially evident in the Trump campaign and in Democratic Senate campaigns, an interesting contrast if you think about it. This trend represents greater involvement by average citizens in the political process. Also on the upside, we see a decrease from 9 to 4% in the contributions by political action committees, or PACs. PACs have traditionally been used by businesses and organizations to gain access to elected officials and exert influence on elections. But with the growth of super PACs and the ability of wealthy individuals to give more, PACs seem to have become less important. On the downside, outside funding by super PACs and hybrid PACs nearly doubled from 2016 to almost $3.3 billion in 2020. These super PACs are often funded by what is known as dark money from undisclosed donors and take advantage of various loopholes in our system. They are believed to have tremendous influence on elections, and although are supposed to operate with an arm's distance from candidates and their campaigns, these laws are rarely enforced, and when violated are not generally enforced when violated. Super PACs exist in each party, and according to Open Secrets, are consistently finding new ways to inject secret money into our system. A 2018 Pew Research Center report found several indications of public concern over campaign spending. They concluded that there is, and I quote, widespread and bipartisan agreement that people who make large political donations should not have more political influence than others. But Americans largely don't see that as a description of our country today. As you can see in this slide, 77% of respondents believe that there should be limits on the amount of money individuals and groups can spend on campaigns, and 65% believe that new laws could be effective in controlling this. What research tells us and what I have observed is more Americans are becoming frustrated and cynical over the amount of money that is donated to political candidates and the uneven power it gives to wealthy individuals and corporations over average Americans. Although it is completely legal, this practice seems to undermine our fundamental core value of equality by advantaging elites. It also undermines the faith and trust people have in our political system. We need to fix this. And to level the playing field and make American government once more a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Now I want to focus on youth engagement. Civic engagement entails a broad range of actions and behaviors that improve communities and address public problems. Civic engagement ranges from volunteering to donating to political campaigns to contacting elected official or policymakers and to voting. Some countries require young people to serve their country either through military service or some other type of public service. Young people bring many assets to civic life, and there is evidence that engagement at a young age creates more lifelong active citizens who contribute to their communities. Much of this country's social change has been led by young people. Even the major events of the past several years regarding climate change, social and environmental justice, LGBTQ rights, and battling systemic racism continues this tradition of youth activism in our country. According to research done by Circle, a center at Tufts University, youth activism has an extraordinary potential to transform communities, and it carries important benefits to those who participate, especially for low-income youth, youth of color, and other young people who have been historically marginalized from civic life. However, overall, young people are the least likely to vote and the most distrusting of any age group in our government. According to Pew in 2018, only around 1/3 of people ages 18 to 29 trust and have confidence in our elected officials and our business leaders. It is important to note that this trust has declined even more in the past few years since the study was conducted, particularly regarding policing. Just as significant is that distrust in most of these areas is lower in young people from marginalized and underrepresented groups in our society. Although young people are supposed to be questioning authority and developing their political beliefs and attitudes, this low level of trust is disheartening and must be changed. The good news is that the 2020 election saw an increase in young voter turnout by 11 points from 2016. Overall, half of people aged 18 to 29 years old showed up at the polls, a record for recent elections. New Jersey, Minnesota, and Colorado all had over 60% of this age group cast ballots, a very promising number. So why this greater interest? First, we know young people were more driven by two timely issues, the COVID-19 pandemic and systemic racism. Polling showed young voters ranking these two issues as their top areas of concern, driving them to the polls. Climate change ranked third, and the economy and jobs ranked fourth. A second answer that has been studied by researchers at Tufts Circle Center involves understanding the effects of state electoral policies. A number of states have put policies in place making registering to vote and voting easier and more accessible for all eligible voters. Some of these policies include automatic voter registration, online voter registration, same day or election day registration, early voting, no excuse absentee voting, pre-registration, and requirements for voter registration programming in high schools. The use of mail-in voting was also examined. The researchers at Tufts divided states into those with a majority of the electoral policies I just mentioned and those with few of these policies, and found that on average, states with more of these policies had higher youth turnout. States with 4 or more of these policies had a combined youth voter turnout of 53%, compared to 43% turnout from states with less than 4 policies. They found that it appeared that a number of policies complement each other to create a system and a culture of voting that is more conducive to youth participation, and the lack of them may have the opposite effect. On average, youth voter turnout was highest at 57% and had the largest increases over 2016 in states that automatically mailed ballots to voters. States with the most restrictive vote by mail laws, conversely, had the lowest youth turnout, on average only 42%. So policies that increase ease and access matter. Over the next few years, states will be weighing whether or not to keep some of the changes regarding mail-in voting that they made in 2020 or to eliminate them altogether. I hope that as they do so, lawmakers will consider the impact these policies had on young people's voter participation. Additionally, this past spring, the House passed H.R. 1 for the People Act to standardize some of the aforementioned election laws across the country and expand Americans' access to the ballot box while reducing the influence of big money in politics. However, this bill did not get the votes to make it out of the Senate. So what can we do? The most important question, and some of the things we are here to talk about throughout this week. How can we make a difference and impact change and create a vision for a better America? How can we encourage greater participation and civic engagement, particularly by our future generations? Dr. Perry already provided so many great recommendations that I concur with. Listening to others, connecting your passions and interests to work together to build bridges, and learning from our past by telling stories of our past generations. And Ms. Hanif's point on developing relationships and friendships by getting to know others from different backgrounds can increase our understanding, empathy, trust, and engagement. I would like to add a few more recommendations based on my research and specific to youth engagement. First, we need more civic education in this country, which Dr. Perry also discussed in his response to Dr. Margolies' question. Educating all young people about how government really works and how they can participate can help equalize our understanding of our system that is complex and appears out of reach to many. James Wilson, one of the writers of the U.S. Constitution, said, and I quote, "In every government which is not altogether despotical, the institution or education of youth is of some public consequence. In a Republican government, it is of the greatest." I'm referring to education beyond what we teach in our textbooks. We need an education that is accessible and honest. Both of my co-panelists referenced this in their remarks, the importance of teaching young people what it means to be a citizen and how important it is to participate in the process. All of the great leaders who have come before us and have created major change in our country knew how important it was to have an educated public to make informed decisions when selecting our leaders, recommending policies, and just solving community problems. Our first president, George Washington, chose to highlight the importance of civic education in his farewell address by calling on us to, and I quote, "promote then as an object of primary importance institutions for the general diffusion of knowledge. In proportion as the structure of a government gives force to public opinion, it is essential that public opinion should be enlightened." Second, provide meaningful opportunities for young people to engage in community decisions. And I mean something beyond showing up at public meetings to speak for 30 seconds about a policy for which votes have already been predetermined, or providing a 30-day online forum for public comments that will be considered. There are local governments around the country that are working hard at creating citizen committees to drive decisions. I have seen communities get meaningful citizen input on budgeting, planning, zoning, and even policing. For example, in the city of Charleston, where I live, a diverse, inclusive committee was put together to develop a climate action plan to address the great challenges we are facing due to sea level rising and increased flooding. After months of work, the plan passed unanimously through a very divided city council because of the diverse group of citizens who developed the plan and came to advocate for it. A group of business owners, high school students, scientists, and leaders from our African American and Hispanic communities. It is a plan that considers all neighborhoods and all people living in our community, with an emphasis on environmental justice and attempting to address some of the problems created by past unjust decisions. Some communities are doing better at civic engagement, but we need to continue to grow these opportunities for meaningful interaction and input. And we also need to be more intentional about involving young people in this engagement. Third, as previously mentioned, we need to continue to increase access to voting to all citizens. We have seen how these policies do work in increasing voter participation, particularly young and minority voter participation. And we need to act on having a government that encourages and values the votes of all Americans. And finally, we need to do more work to level the playing field by focusing more on government ethics with campaign finance reform. Young people don't participate because we all hear that they feel like their voice doesn't matter. It is our job to make sure that all of us feel like our voices matter and that no voices matter more than others. So with that, in closing, I just want to thank you for your time today and for listening to my vision for a better America.
Well, thank you, Dr. Stewart. Wonderful. I will lead off with a question very similar to what I asked Dr. Perry. When you present these important ideas to your students, what's your response? And I'm interested also in your understanding of what opens students to listen and to accept your ideas, and what keeps some of them closed off?
I think that is a great question. And like Dr. Perry, it's often somewhat of a mixed response. Although, teaching political science students or graduate students in public administration, there's always already a bit of a skew of students who have that passion. But I would say the most common recent reaction from students is we've really seen a movement of students away from wanting to work in public service. And unfortunately, I need to get Ms. Hanif in front of more of these students to tell her story. And so when they can hear and see, the more diverse perspectives and the impact working in public service can have on people's lives, because younger people don't believe that our government can fix problems now. In fact, we're seeing a real migration, particularly in our graduate programs, of students more interested in working in the nonprofit sector, which is equally important and also plays a really important role in addressing community problems. But to me, it has demonstrated when we start talking to our students, and this is a national trend, not just in the students I encounter that we hear about from local government managers. And so in encountering this trend, we happen to have all these conversations about ways in which government can impact change, and that government can listen and serve people in ways that we perhaps don't always realize. And so, I do often get a mixed response, but the more they learn and the more they become knowledgeable about ways they can contribute, particularly at the local level, we tend to see a greater interest in students being engaged. And so whether it's we have students who volunteer on campaigns and get to know candidates, or students who attend local public meetings or serve on committees, we do seem to see a bit of an increase of optimism in those people.
Very good, very good. Now, on your point earlier that Hila, Hanif would be good for your students to listen to, all these presentations will be live streamed, archived on the website. So you potentially could invite them or even assign them to listen to her presentation and, write a little response, a little handwritten little essay about it.
I agree. And with Dr. Perry's conversation as well, I definitely plan to assign some folks to look at both of those. So thank you for pointing that out.
Yes, very good. Terrific. So when you encourage students to volunteer for local government activities, such as this wonderful Citizens Committee in Charleston, what percentage would you say take up that invitation?
At the undergraduate level, it's not as high as it is at the graduate level, and the undergraduate level students are very interested in federal government more, I would say, because they see that as the most it's the form of government they've learned and studied and think of as being the most impactful. But, once they realize that local government is the most accessible, I do tend to have a large number of them take us up on that opportunity. And again, particularly with graduate students who feel like their answer is working in nonprofit because they're very, this generation is very committed to service, but they don't think of it in the way maybe past generations have. Like I said, they don't think of it as much as being impactful through government service, but through nonprofit service. So, once they realize or see what some of the things our local governments are doing and understand that it's those policies that have the greatest impact on our lives, they do become much more interested in it. But it is a process, and there's not enough of us encouraging that or telling, I only teach a handful of students. We need more people out there making sure that there's a wider message about that.
Yes. I wonder if there's so much of American culture which emphasizes successful people or powerful people that for young people, it may be hard to realize that by starting where they are in their community is important in itself. And from a personal standpoint, might contribute to their developing skills and moving on in their lives, but also democracy is based in local communities, in people's everyday lives. So that's wonderful. I want to again encourage anyone else in the Zoom room to unmute their microphones and ask questions if you have some. All right, now, let me ask you, there's Hila. Do you have a question?
Sure. It's a little bit of a comment and a question. And I think about myself as a middle schooler where I had a civics class, but it never drove me to just, think about being involved in local government or political processes. Again, it wasn't until I had an internship much later that inspired me to pursue, government service. And I think part of that was, interestingly, my parents always voted. I mean, I don't know at what point they realized like this is very important. So as soon as they became citizens, they voted. So that was, I think, you're always going to vote in a presidential election. But other than that, there was not much more of a sense in our household of whatever else we need to do to be active in shaping our society and policies and politics. And so I'm wondering either, have you had experiences with people who are from immigrant backgrounds and maybe the parents haven't grown up taking these civics classes or hearing the importance about being involved and how we can maybe overcome that challenge of having, new generation of Americans, first generation, be more involved and therefore contributing to the diversity in these circles?
That's a great question. And I just want to say, Hila, I was so inspired by your story that I'm going to use some of the points you made as examples. And, and I think your story is, not an uncommon one with families who immigrate here as far as, the values your parents instilled in you, particularly about voting. And I do have to say, I did have experience recently where one of my students was like you, someone who immigrated here and became a citizen, and her fellow classmates were so, I think, surprised and impressed about how much more she knew about American government, having gone through the citizenship course and test, than they knew that, shamed some of them, or maybe awakened in them the desire to learn more, or a greater appreciation for how much people who migrate here go through to become not become citizens and to do their part. And so to your question, there has been some, but what we often experience, and where I have taught in Kentucky and in South Carolina, the largest immigrant population have been mostly Mexican Americans. And amongst this group, there's often a real concern or fear of government because of stories they have heard from other Hispanics who have immigrated here. And so they're sometimes more hesitant, well, at least from their parents. Their parents are definitely more hesitant to engage, and they tend to stay low a little bit because of stories they have heard, or because of fear of deportation of people in their family who might not all have come here legally. And so that has created an interesting culture among that community. However, I've had taught a number of children of families from there who are different and are really interested in helping organizations and understand that mindset and serve the Hispanic population, which in our region is highly underserved because they don't come for services as often because of a greater distrust in government. And so I have had 3 or 4 students from that population who now either work in local government, and there's a much greater value by our local governments in trying to connect with immigrant populations. In fact, the latest survey we just helped one local government do, they did it in multiple different languages. They used to always just do everything in English, and then they began translating in Spanish, but now they've been doing other languages as well to try to be more welcoming and to try to get greater citizen input. So I have had a few students who have gone that route. And when they do, they really do feel empowered because they realize that they offer insight that other people don't. And I'm trying to get them now to bring that back and translate that into the classroom, and talking other students who maybe look like them to think about going that route as well. Because as you know, it's really hard to be the first one or to be the only one in an organization. And that's often what they talk about is, it's they feel like their perspective is valued and that they bring a lot to the table in helping formulate policies or making the decision makers aware of how different groups feel. But it can often still feel challenging or isolating when you're just one person fighting that battle. So thanks for that. And I'm sure I would love to hear more about your experience, but I think that's a lot of your story was very inspiring in that aspect.
Great. Thanks for that. And just, appreciate what you do to mentor new generations, especially first generation Americans.
Winslow, I think you've unmuted your microphone. You have a question.
Yeah, nobody could fail to be impressed and maybe depressed by the slide that Kendra showed of the amount of money that was spent on, I guess it was presidential campaigns, or maybe it was the whole thing, but you could do an awful lot with that money. So where do you see the leverage points, Kendra, for getting money out of politics or getting us more into public financing, where our elected representatives could spend more time legislating and less having to be on the phone raising money?
I think that's a great question, Winslow. It doesn't have to be this way, as we've seen it modeled in some other countries. And however, there's all these questions about, limiting people's voices, and is, the greatest challenge is that, in our country currently, money is seen as free speech. And it's not, your average American citizen doesn't view it that way. And so there's this huge disconnect, right? And that aspect. And so, it will take, I think, federal laws to restrict some of that. I mean, we've seen, unfortunately, we saw it cut wide open with the Citizens United case as far as how organizations interpreted how much money could be spent and how it could be spent and accounted for. We need to have greater accountability. And I think, if anything, we learned in the 2016 election, it's that average people feel very disheartened and disenfranchised. And even for folks who weren't happy with the outcome of the 2016 election, you can't deny that it was this sort of populist movement towards people at the top aren't listening to me. And so I do think that the 2020 election indicators of seeing more people voting and more smaller donations and more targeting folks who could give $20 or $30 was significant and might start to show a shift in the way people are thinking about how to raise money. And my hope too is that we've also seen a movement towards more messaging that is not, as much big money type of messaging. So maybe messaging from social media, which again is a pretty mixed challenge in itself, but messaging that more seems direct to the people. Rather than, a lot of money having to be spent on television ads or things like that. So, I think as long we need people to keep demanding and pushing for that and, holding their elected officials accountable by not wanting people who take that type of money or, seeing that as a negative impact. And I think, again, we saw some results of citizen dissatisfaction with that in both 2016 and 2020. But it's really going to take federal legislation controlling that because, as you probably are aware, most elections until 2001 were heavily funded by public financing, the presidential elections, I'm sorry. But once after 2001, candidates realized they could raise the candidates could raise more money than they would get through public financing, that public financing is irrelevant now to presidential candidates in the general election. And so we need to find a way to make that relevant again. And, after some of the events in 2020, we did see a lot of corporations start to not give money to candidates because of various social justice issues or so forth. And so maybe that will start a trend if corporations start to give money to nonprofit organizations or other organizations rather than political candidates. That could certainly help, I think, that as well. But I don't know. I'm open to all kinds of ideas and suggestions.
We often hear that, we often believe that young people are more idealistic than older people. This situation that you're describing of kind of oligarchy and money controlling politics, has this choked out young people's idealism?
I think for a lot it has. When we look at, some of the public opinion polling, you do see large numbers of young people thinking the system is corrupted by money and therefore why get involved? And so, I definitely think that is the case and there's evidence of that. But I think as we work to increase access to young people, that they, particularly through voting, but also through other ways of engagement, that will increase our idealism. So even over the last year, all of the young people we've seen engaged in some of the protests has definitely helped increase their ability to see and believe in change. As we've seen some changes, at least at local and state levels, more so, and now maybe some nationally, that I think that young people are starting to feel more empowered again.
That's very good. It stimulates some kind of experimental psychology thinking. What if you were to ask your students to rate how much they have been involved in the political process? and then ask them to write a little essay about their ideal future for America, and see if there's a connection between those who can imagine a better America and those who have participated more. I mean, it almost is the basis of a little paper.
It's a great idea. I'm making a note of it.
Okay.
Good suggestion.
All right. Any other questions that come? We're going to solve this problem of why we're not getting questions from the audience, the live stream audience. That undoubtedly that's a tech problem that we'll solve. But if there are any other questions, or Dr. Stewart, if you have questions of Hila Hanif.
Hila, I really appreciated, again, your personal story and your experience in federal government. And I wonder if you do have advice that I could share with students or all of us could share with young people on, working in federal government and how you feel like that can connect or impact with citizens, or, talk a little. I would love to hear your thoughts a little bit on, people often feel like it's too disconnected from average people, but I don't think that's always the case. So if you have any thoughts or advice I could give to students on why they should work in federal government, I would love to have those to share.
Well, I would say a couple of things. One is that, they may have different motivations or different barriers for why they do or do not want to work in federal government. I'll tackle one of them, and that is, if you think that it's not diverse enough, or there's challenges working in a place where there is maybe less diversity than what you would hope for, which is, again, not just government, but many corporations and many other places. That's not going to change until there are more people from different backgrounds who even want to work in those fields. So I remember during my graduate studies, where it was an international affairs school, I was on a council that was talking about recruiting, even more diversity, particularly from the African American community. And part of the recruitment challenges was finding people from different communities who want to go in that field. So for example, you have certain immigrant communities whose parents steered in towards a certain direction of prosperity, and that could be defined for some people as being a doctor or a lawyer or a prestigious business person, as opposed to government service. And so as part of it is giving that inspiration to people to even want to pursue those careers, and then for them realizing the importance of just being at the table. And when I'm at the table, if I am good at my job, what makes me good at my job is not that I'm an Afghan American, frankly. I mean, I don't always just work Afghanistan policy. I work other policies, and I just have to have whatever skills my organization needs to be good, and that isn't really because of my background. But as I mentioned before, having more people with my background, it influences people's perception of who can be in a position of influence. And so that's why I truly believe it's very important for more people from different backgrounds to want to be in service. And then second, what makes it interesting? I mean, for me, what has kept me going, like you will, maybe I haven't been there long enough to still not be amazed by this, but there are things that you will be working on that are world events that people are talking about and getting from media sources, which are incredibly important, but don't show the full picture. And you get to be a part of that behind the scenes. Not every part of government is equally, stimulating or exciting, but I think working in foreign policy, I think, is quite interesting. And then the other thing I would encourage is that, influence can happen in different ways and at different ranks and at different levels. But the system that we have does mean that, the most, at least senior positions, are held by those who are tied to an administration. So, I'm a maybe too much of a risk-averse person, and so I like the civil service, and I like the stability and the continuity, and frankly, the flexibility I have to switch jobs within my office, but to really kind of take that next level of career development in government, you have to be appointed as part of an administration. So I would definitely encourage people from different backgrounds to join a campaign of a candidate that they want to endorse and hopefully become part of that administration.
Thanks, that's great.
Very good. Well, we've transitioned into the panel, and Dr. Perry is back. So if there are any questions that anyone has in the panel, Dr. Stewart, Dr. Perry, Hila, Hanif, for each other, please go ahead and ask those questions, and we'll just proceed from there.
I did have a question for Dr. Perry, but we ran out of time earlier to ask it. And I'm curious as to what you think the role of social media has been on the impact of some of the recent movements that you were talking about, whether it's good or bad or both. I'm just always thinking about that. And, for government, we work with local governments a lot, and social media is like this evil out there because it is for them, it's people getting on there and ranting about, things in local government. But I'm just, curious about this most recent movement, and so many of the things we hear about stem from social media or videos that have been posted or so forth. But on the other hand, of course, there's also a lot of bad things that are coming out on social media occasionally by individuals that undermine, I think, some of the advances. So I would love to hear your thoughts on what you think the impact of social media has been on some of these really important recent social movements.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate that question. Sorry, I have to step away. I'm still department chairing today. But I would say that it's good and bad. I don't think there's a surprise there, but I think that there are some things we can learn from where social media has how it has become. I tell the story to students that when I was in college, Facebook did not exist. You still had libraries, you still had card catalogs, even in the early 2000s. You had, and they just can't imagine that, and what I have learned from many young people that I've taught at different places across the country is that for many, social media is an outlet for them to express their feelings and attitudes about issues. And from that point of view, it's actually a really good, potentially great incubator space for kind of doing some, what we would call scraping of kind of young people's political attitudes as they are developing. The problem is there's so much misinformation and disinformation that's on social media that it allows for people to be easily duped and confused. And so lately I've been using the example and working on a project on this here at Howard and DC with the Knight Foundation, where we're working on analyzing the impact that Black folks here in DC had in terms of their participation or lack thereof in the last presidential election, vis-a-vis the amount of misinformation that they feel as though they experienced. And the misinformation and disinformation is a serious thing. A lot of people kind of harken it to Trump era. I mean, it pre-existed Trump, to be clear, but certainly the Trump administration and Trump himself fanned the flames of misinformation and disinformation for their political advantage. And newsflash, it worked. And so you've got dozens and dozens and dozens of arguments on social media at any given hour, of which there are consistent just lack of information and misinformation. And here's the problem with that. The problem is that when young people are not given the tools through public education to be able to combat misinformation with critical thinking skills, then they are much more likely to believe it. And this is what happened with 2016 election. the media harped onto this. Everyone was basically duped by Russia, and no one has really, except a bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee in the last couple of years, has really come out and admitted that publicly. But a lot of people were duped by Russia misinformation in 2016 campaign. Many of them were Black, many of them were young, who, before the news caught on to much of what was going on, were really coerced to believe things about, for example, Hillary Clinton that just were factually untrue. You may not like Hillary or may disagree with the party she belongs to or what have you, but it's one thing to, just to have blatant, misinformation and lies in the context of trying to so-called educate people about, the real world and what's going on. So what I'm hopeful for is that young people, I think, have been very effective in so many ways at really cutting against the misinformation narrative. The problem is they do so in silos. And so you can see one social media star or another one, hit someone back, calling them out about their misinformation. It goes viral, it gets a news story or two, but then we're back to square one with someone else who does something else later. And so I was just watching, SNL just did this over the weekend. They did a skit on school boards. And I study local politics as well. I wrote my first several books on local issues. And, I was dying laughing. Whether you agree or not with the politics is irrelevant. The caricature of people portraying misinformation that most of them learned on social media it permeates our society. And so social media is here to stay. And so we aren't getting rid of social media. And so we got to find a way to, I think, help its use be more judiciously used and allow people to access more information that they need to know. And I'll end by saying this, that I think the challenge is that when the internet came about, obviously, and particularly in mass form in the early 2000s, where most Americans began to have access to it, we lauded and we were so excited about the fact that we'd have all this information at our fingertips, all of this instant we can get immediately. And that's true. But you don't know what to type in Google if you don't know what questions to ask if you haven't learned what you need to learn. So yeah, you can ask anything you want, but if you don't know what to ask because you haven't learned what you need to learn to ask the right questions. And so to get the right answers, I joke with my students all the time that there's no reason why you shouldn't get an A, because ultimately you should be able to figure out the answer online. There's very likely an answer online that will get will pass muster for an A, and you just got to do the research to find it. So, but I'm encouraged, honestly, by social media users. I think there are, at least maybe I'm just being optimistic, but I think there are more young people who have been effectively using social media to push positive messages of engagement and support in ways that we don't see in other age groups. And social media is the number one way that younger voters get their news. If they're not turning on TV, they certainly aren't reading a newspaper. Those days are done, unfortunately. And I love newspapers, but I feel sorry for newspaper publishers. So those days are done. And so they get the information online. So it would be nice to talk about ways in which we can ensure via social media that we are disseminating information to various groups that need it so they can make the decisions that reflect their interests. And I think a lot of young people have some apps that do that, but that's not social media. So finding a way to do it on social media, I think, still is going to be one of our big challenges, assuming that we want those young people to participate and vote. And if we do, then we're going to have to engage them where they are, and that's online. It's probably not a really good answer, but
no, that was great. Thank you.
That was wonderful. It makes me think, because I'm not a professor, so I don't have the opportunity to be in front of young people, but I wonder if you set that as a problem, both two professors, if you set the problem to your students, how could you imagine making social media more a force for an ideal America? What could you do, as an assignment, and see what their ideas are? Stimulate you, Dr. Perry. You say it's important to ask the right questions. I think that's a very important. As a psychotherapist, of course, I'm trained to ask questions. So I love that point. So ask your students that hard question. I'd love to hear the results.
Yeah, I'll take you up on that. I will. I do think there are some assignments we can do to get students using social media to do. I certainly, when I teach research, it's all online, and I'm forcing them to go use online tools to do critical thinking exercises. They could be doing, say, a content analysis of old speeches from a president to new speeches of a president, or what have you, that gives you some access for them understanding how they can use at least the internet tools for that purpose. Sometimes I do another assignment in some classes called Twitterverse, where I require the students to, within 120 characters, answer a question. And if they can do that, and because some questions really need short answers, others, of course, are dissertations. But I do that for those questions that are kind of dichotomous, but can create lengthy responses to force students to be succinct. And it's a challenge that they learn to love, because Twitter doesn't allow complete sentences, but I force them to still do complete sentences in 140 characters, and that's hard to do.
Very good.
But I love some other ideas, because I am always looking for other ideas to employ social media technologies in classes. So I love to see what other ideas people may have.
Good. Well, of course, you can continue to be a panel and communicate with each other after the conference.
I certainly like Hila's comment about, I know I caught it at the beginning, which I so appreciated, and how if your friendships really kind of, your social networks really determine so much of your life chances, really. And I just wanted to echo that. I think that is absolutely so true. We certainly know in social network analysis that the relationships that we have, the neighborhoods we live in, the homogeneity of our friendship circles, or our church political attitudes and values. And if we don't have that opportunity to create heterogeneous social networks, then we likely will have homogeneous political attitudes. So. Can you hear me?
Your voice broke up a little bit, but I think we got the gist of it. Yeah. Hila, do you?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't know. The internet is.
Maybe Hila Hanif has a.
Funky over here sometimes.
No, just maybe kind of a question for the other panelists, as for in my workspace, having more organized discussion about diversity in the workplace really for me happened more after the George Floyd incidents, where it really kind of spurred this discussion, and then more formal bodies that were focused on diversity and inclusion. And like I mentioned before, I truly believe that having a more diverse workforce and having those human interactions is just the only way that we're going to get past through some of the maybe subconscious biases that there are in the workspace. But I was just wondering if in your experiences, what have you seen that has been effective other than talking about the need for diversity to actually create more diverse environments or diversity in participation in different processes?
Ravi, do you want to start or?
Sure. I mean, I can. The challenge that I have found with diversity work and organizations is that one, diversity is not enough, and it's never enough. It's like the very, very beginning introduction. It's like the preface before the introduction before chapter 1, and it's yet for many it's the end goal, and so there's this correction that has to happen almost immediately when helping organizations embrace diversity challenges, and so that's a challenge I have had. I have found what we call in political science, at least, crystallizing events like George Floyd protests, et cetera, to be the motivating factors that do engage people in issues that they otherwise may not have. The George Floyd protests, for example, ended up, as we may recall, having worldwide protests in cities and countries where most of the people were white protesting. Or other homogenous variables and so characteristics, and that in and of itself highlights how really also how social media and the news and et cetera can permeate local politics across the world. But I think the challenge of diversity now is much about nomenclature. Just like affirmative action used to be a buzzword that you couldn't say without, people running for the hills. We say that we have the same challenges now with buzzwords today that people just won't listen to. So like the phrase now critical race theory, which of course no one knows what it is and everyone's against it. And other than that, buzzwords such as defund the police, which is a phrase of the progressive BLM movement, which is a rallying cry for some, which is a de-embarkation point for others. And so I think if we can move beyond choosing poor nomenclature that doesn't have, I think, a lot of sustainability or a lot of utility, I think diversity and inclusion goals get better. And I think the terms of diversity and inclusion are also concerning. So now it's belonging, right? So it's diversity, it's inclusion, it's belonging. In 5 years, it'll be something else. And I think that's a challenge for organizations that are a bit more static than the human condition, to be able to adapt to new changes in terminology, because then people don't always know how to react to that. So as a gay person, for example, I'll use LGBTQ lexicon that continues to expand. There's terms that continue to be embraced and added to the vocabulary of the LGBTQ plus experience. And for some people, it's wonderful. For other people, it's confusing. That's both in and outside the community. And I think what young people have to do in particular is that they've got to be more comfortable with willing to not just be excited about diversity and inclusion and helping organizations arrive at a certain place. Certainly in college campuses, diversity work has always been happening because young people have led the way. In terms of curriculum development, in terms of necessary student affairs hires, in terms of events and programming, students have led the way there. But the real, I think, crux for me with doing, I know a lot of people who do this diversity work in corporations, et cetera, and higher ed, and everyone complains about a lack of funding or a lack of prioritization. And I think ultimately, a lot of organizations do a great job of marketing diversity, And they aren't doing a great job necessarily of doing diversity.
Yeah, I agree. And working with government agencies, the upside I would say is there's at least now more accountability, even if it's not always meaningful accountability, but there's more interest in seeing reporting out regarding numbers of people hired. But to Ravi's point, that's sort of the basic standard, or, that's just where you start. But we are seeing through my job, I run a center that works with local governments and nonprofits, and we suddenly have a large number of interest and them wanting more meaningful policies or more meaningful conversations with their employees. So we currently have a survey in the field for one of our larger state agencies that's actually the largest group of people who work there are Black women. And the agency really wants to know how everybody in their organization, but there's particular interest in people of color, feel about working in their agency. And beyond just, are you satisfied, but are you engaged? How much do you feel like what you do connects to the mission of the agency? Are you valued? Is your voice heard? And things like that. And so this is the first time, as someone who's worked in this area for 2 or 3 decades, I've seen a real, I think, more genuine interest by leadership in public service organizations to want to engage their folks, which I think is the first step in trying to create more meaningful policies that are beyond the buzzwords and that really do create these open environments, which Hila, it sounds like you experience a little bit more in the area you're working in. And maybe that's the nature of doing foreign policy, is there's always more maybe diverse voices in that field. And then maybe some of our more traditional types of agencies, and creating, and then that leading to helping organizations understand that just hiring one Black person doesn't make you diverse. And that just because you let them tell you things doesn't mean their voices matter. And so trying to help organizations understand that, what creating an inclusive environment means and what it looks like, and valuing people's diverse experiences in a way that's meaningful and leads to decisions, I guess. So I'm a little, based on the work I've been doing, I'm a little more optimistic now than I've ever been, because for a long time it seemed like people would just bring me in and be like, can you just talk about sexual harassment? And then that would go away for, it was like, check, we did the check of what we had to do, or can we get someone to come in and do a DEI training? And we did that, so check, but now it seems like there's really more interest in hearing the conversation from people, which will hopefully lead to change. But I don't know, we'll see, right?
Great, thanks. Thank you both for the perspectives, and Dr. Stewart in particular, the idea of having more meaningful survey questions, I think is something that has gone through my mind, because if the surveys that I've taken part of ask certain particular questions about what are some of the challenges you face, or have you ever felt, a certain way, I think it would allow me to give feedback in the way that, or others to give feedback in the way that you're not able to give in kind of a more of a standard climate survey type of questioning.
Yeah, I love climate surveys. I'll only add that, they can't go in the dustbin of history after you do the survey. And so a lot of organizations, they've gotten to that step where they do the survey is great. They ask all the right questions, and then it sits in the file cabinet for 5 years. So we certainly have more work to do on that front. But it's I'm also optimistic. I have to be optimistic that I think that we're getting better. I would say I would be more optimistic as the former president of the Association for Ethnic Studies, getting to a point Richard mentioned earlier, if we had a nationwide mandate that ensured that high school students all learned ethnic studies, which would mean that by the time you got to college, you knew basic things about ethnic populations, both in the local, national, and global context. And of course, that includes race, ethnicity, queer identity, all the other kinds of marginalized identities. But we don't teach that in America, and only now about a handful of require it, and they're brand new requirements. I am excited that our new current Secretary of Education came from Connecticut, and Connecticut next year is implementing, which he initiated before he left, a statewide requirement that all high school students will have to take a Black or Latino studies class before graduating. But we have six or so states that have some requirement like that. California has had a huge battle with trying to create the curriculum for their mandate. Oregon has done it now. Arizona and Kansas has failed in, but as well. And so just to say that I think that would help the diversity efforts because it would ultimately mean that more people are educated about more people. And by doing so, I think the diversity efforts in the places that they would then go work, in state agencies and nonprofits, et cetera, would be much more informed because they have a vantage point to start from. It's hard to teach diversity if you don't know what happened in the Trail of Tears. Or I'll use an example here in DC. It's hard to teach diversity if you're a Black person in DC who's a Redskins fan, as if they're just kind of totally ignorant of the complete disrespect of the name toward Native Americans. And so those are the kind of the challenges I think that are for all of us in the future. And I do think a mandate of ethnic studies and a mandate of civics would, it would not save this current generation, but it certainly would ensure that the next generation is much more well prepared to tackle the challenges that we absolutely know they'll have to face.
Yes, I would just add national requirement for the teaching of honest history. The history the way it actually was. It raises the question for me of one of the first books that opened my mind as a young student in the 1950s. It must have been 1955. And I bought a book on a drugstore book spiral that was called The Sane Society by Eric Fromm. And one of the essential points was that normality was pathology, that the concept of normality was already a distortion, and that diversity is what normality is. And that I just hope that people who get to spend more time with young people will seed that idea into their thinking, that diversity is normality. And
that's great.
I see that Myra Jackson, who's a presenter on a different day, has joined. If you want to unmute and have a question or a comment, please feel free.
I would just say that we're off to a strong start. I have listened to all of your presentations this morning, and there's a part of me as sitting here feeling less ignorant, to get to Ravi's point. And this last comment, though, that you've made, Richard, is really what we now know, which is what I'm going to be focusing on Friday. And that is that everywhere you look where we're making progress in our understanding involves the power of the natural systems toward biodiversity, diversity, being the driver of states that bring us into whole systems. And so this is really, I feel, quite important, because part of what has been in every conversation has been the absolute separation and displacement of particularly Black people. And I have to say that because I had a great-grandmother who was an outlaw because she was teaching others how to read what was called the Blue Black Webster. And many immigrant populations that come in do not understand the state of Black people. because they feel they've been able to bring their families in and stay intact and figure out how to be successful in our world. Hila spoke to that so beautifully. It is not the legacy of Black people to have been kept in their families, to keep any kind of sense of an identity. So we have not developed an identity that is so-called intact. And right now, that is our greatest advantage in being helpful going into the future, I have to say. And I'll make my points later, but already you've all just brought some beautiful conversation in. And I hope that that saves me from having to cover any of that ground, and I can get right into the heart of what I come to offer. Thanks, Richard, for opening up the mic.
Well, thank you for your participation. Well, we have come to perhaps a place to stop. I want to, unless there are any other last minute comments or questions or ideas. Okay. Well, I'd like to thank everyone. Hila Hanif, Kendra Stewart, Ravi Perry, Winslow Myers, who participated, and Myra Jackson. This was a wonderful introduction to a conversation of citizens talking about how to make our America a better America. And we hope to hear from all of you again when you're able and interested and willing to join back in. But thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
who's going to speak to us about operationalizing racial justice. Dr. Maybank is an activist, a preventive medicine and public health physician, and a proud Brooklynite. Dr. Maybank, MD, MPH, is the Chief Health Equity Officer and a Senior Vice President for the American Medical Association, where she focuses on embedding health equity across all the work of the AMA and leading the Center for Health Equity. Who's going to speak to us about operationalizing racial justice. Dr. Maybank is an activist, a officer and a Senior Vice President for the American Medical Association, where she focuses on embedding health equity across all the work. Prior and a Senior Vice President for the American Medical Association, where she focuses on embedding health equity across all the work. Prior to the AMA, Dr. Maybank served as the founding Deputy Commissioner for the Center for Health Equity at the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, which became a model of success recognized by New York City leadership, the Centers for Disease Control. Prior served as Senior Vice President for the American Medical Association, where she focuses on embedding health equity across all the work. Prior to the as the founding Deputy Commissioner for the Center for Health Equity at the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, which became a model of success recognized by New York City leadership, the Centers for Disease Control. As Senior Vice President. As the founding Deputy Commissioner for the Center for Health Equity at the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, which became a model of success recognized by New York City leadership, the Centers for Disease Control. As Senior Vice President. Recognized by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the World Health Organization. Was instrumental in infusing equity at the neighborhood level and advancing the department's place-based approach to addressing health inequities. She was also the founding director of the Office of Minority Health in the Suffolk County Department of Health Services. Dr. Maybank has taught medical and public health students on topics related to health inequities, public health leadership and management, physician advocacy, and community organizing in health. Dr. Maybank is a pediatrician, and preventive medicine and public health physician. Dr. Maybank.
Thank you. I appreciate it, and wonderful to be on the panel. So I'm just going to share my screen quickly so I can pull up my slides, and then we can get started here. All right, wonderful. And I'll just make it in presentation mode, and we should be good to go. All right, everyone can see that?
Yes, yes, I can see that.
All right, great. So I'm going to speak about some of the work that we're doing at about to say the health department. And some of it is building upon my work at the health department, but really, what are we doing post kind of a commitment to health equity at the AMA? I start off always with a land and labor acknowledgement, and that we acknowledge, that we are all living off of the stolen ancestral lands of Indigenous peoples. And we acknowledge the extraction of brilliance, energy, and life for labor forced upon people of African descent. But all groups still remain resilient and have strength. And I'm just very conscious of this, even personally, that I stand on the shoulders of many people who have come before me to sacrifice oftentimes their lives, but still continue to thrive for this equity and justice work. And I think that's an important part of when we do operationalize racial justice. We have to center the voices and the ideas and the people who have been historically most marginalized in this country. And just, a few grounding terms, because this becomes, I think it's somewhat of a pet peeve of mine probably, but I think really important in terms of just clarity of language, that, my role in the work is beyond diversity and inclusion. It's inclusive of diversity and inclusion. And we know diversity is absolutely critical in having identities being represented in multiple ways. And we also know belonging is very essential for any of us in any place and space that we occupy. However, what we're really driving and striving to get towards is really this piece around equity. And equity brings more so in the context of power and the redistribution oftentimes of power. And that can be in the form of finances, decision-making, people, but we have to get to that root cause of or the fundamental part of getting towards equity and justice ultimately as well. And so this here is, a simple depiction of what justice is. However, it's very clear that in this photo, and a lot of the millennials used to tell me that, and I only keep it in just to really demonstrate how oftentimes there are so many narratives with even the visuals that we have that we don't even see something that may be a problem or perpetuating a narrative. So this is kind of, these folks seem pretty male appearing, and how inclusive really is this diagram with all its good intention to describe these distinctions between equality, equity, and justice. And equality, talking more about the sameness. Equity, saying again that we need to redistribute the resources so that we can have the same opportunities or achieve the same kind of outcome. And justice is really about removing the structures and the barriers that exist. And so during this time of COVID, I think what really became very apparent, and for me in doing equity work, it's this tremendous opportunity around narrative and what's being said as it relates to narrative. But the initial narrative was around, Black, Latinx, and Native Americans having and dying more from underlying conditions. But the underlying conditions really kind of, the conversation was left at that. And there was lots of advocacy from many equity leaders and many activists to say that is not a sufficient enough explanation. We have to really look at these really root structural drivers of inequities and social drivers of inequities and start thinking about, more actively framing root cause a lot differently. And so one of them that elevated, was that, it wasn't necessarily race that was the risk factor, which we all know is a social construct at this point, but it's the system and the power system and of racism that really historically and at this present day has been impacting people's lives. And so, there's been more and more work around narrative power and just understanding how there are narratives that are within our context of our communities and our society, dominant, and sometimes you may say malignant narratives that are often silent or just not elevated, are hidden purposefully sometimes. And really the effect of some of these dominant and malignant narratives is really obscuring power and who's responsible. And so I think our challenge in doing this equity work, when I think about operationalizing in our opportunity, not only our challenges, how do we disrupt and challenge the typical narrative that we know undermine health equity? And here are some of them. Dr. Kamara Jones speaks a lot to these narratives, and she refers to them as a little bit differently, but still aligned in the same way. But our kind of context within this country is this whole belief around individualism, and that it's about either right or wrong lifestyle changes, not really looking at the drivers of which people live in, or it's about picking yourself up by your bootstraps, a complete myth, because we know there are people who work extremely hard and they're still not going to have the same wealth as others in this country, no matter how hard they work. And then the myth around the hierarchy of human value based on skin color, with white being on top. So these are some of the narratives, and there's more and more narrative work being done. Another important frame for us, so it's interesting because I've been in the public health space for most of my career. It's only really in the last 2 years that I've been more so really deeply rooted now in the healthcare space. And I better appreciate even more the divide between public health and healthcare, and how that really needs to move forward in a different direction. But part of that, now that I'm engaging more so with physicians, is recognizing that there are tremendous gaps in knowledge and understanding about these larger drivers that are more upstream in terms of what produces bad health outcomes. So what happens on the right-hand side, most of clinical care and healthcare and education has really been on the right side of this diagram. And so now, it's providing lots of education, again, to understand the structural and social drivers of health, understanding the institutional power, and then the lenses, the root causes and the systems of power and oppression that are listed on the left-hand side that really fundamentally drive the inequities in this country. Excuse me. Here's another definition that, again, I give credit to Kamara Jones because she's done a lot, and I want to make sure she gets her credit. But these system, structure, opportunity, assigned value, unfairly disadvantage some and unfairly advantage others. And you can interchange, with any form of the isms in order to just understand what is happening within these systems. And then ultimately they sap the whole society through a waste of human resources. And many of us are very clear that this has impacts on our individual and collective health through varying different mechanisms, and that it's not just at a very static one point in time or even over one individual's life course, but this gets passed down. The impacts of racism and sexism and classism actually translate and transcend across generations, and all set up individuals and communities for early death. And these inequities, are structured in our policies and institutions, are reflected in our data. I know Dr. Woolf will probably talk a little bit more about this in his conversation, but this is some of the data from this year around the impacts. Clearly, COVID has had tremendous impact in terms of life expectancy on this country, but we see these great gaps again as it relates to looking at the differences between race and ethnicity. And so COVID really only serves for these gaps to get greater, but it's imperative that we focus on the greatest gaps, oftentimes, not to the exclusion of focusing on health and prioritizing other communities, but we all have a sense of, for the most part, many of us, that if we focused on the greatest gaps, it would actually improve the context of health for everyone in this country. This is a paper that was done by Dr. Bassett, who I would say is my mentor and is now at the FXB Center at Harvard. She was commissioner when I was starting the Center for Health Equity, and really put forward, again, the structural racism being a really strong driver for the inequities that exist within this country. And then this is a new book. I think it's absolutely excellent, Inflamed: Deep Medicine and the Anatomy of Injustice. I've been using this visual for a while, but the book was just published very recently, and I've had the privilege, it will be published a little later this month. I had the privilege to write a review of this book, but really speaking not just to the American context, but also kind of really connecting the dots globally, but also, again, finding those pathways or identifying and naming those pathways of systems of oppression that are large, deep, historical, to present day trauma that exists and elevates within communities, and the inflammation that's the outcome of that. And so our roles now, and when you have this kind of foundation, and this is work that, or contexts that, we're teaching and engaging our own staff around, but also physicians around. When we start to understand that, then I think our roles are really along naming and calling out, white supremacy, racism, and other forms of systems of oppression, making them visible beyond just the descriptive inequities and data that oftentimes we see, especially in medical journals, but really understanding how these systems operate to cause harm. And what does it really mean to build a system of care? And I think is a really critical question for us. And I don't mean just healthcare. I'm talking about public health as well. Like what does care really look like as it relates to the work that we're doing and the outcomes we're really driving towards? Because it's clear that that's not how it's showing up. And so many folks have made many declarative statements over the last year. Specifically, especially around anti-racism, but equity overall. And it's not just in health and the health spaces, but corporate America, all types of folks. And the question is then, how do you move beyond, the declaration and move more towards practice? And then also, how do we better interrogate? Like, how do we use, our activism, spaces better? And I get for many people, it's not easy at the institutional level to call out institutions, especially if you're in the institution themselves, because there's risk, there's perceived and there's real risk for that. But my suggestion always is to operate and work in solidarity with others, and be strategic so that we can, again, peel a shield away from all these injustices that are existing. And so I bring up this because, most people are pretty familiar with an incident that happened with our JAMA Medical Journal earlier this year. And, it was an opportunity to kind of understand what is happening at the medical journals. And so in partnership with Nancy Krieger and Rhea Boyd and Fernando De Mayo, who's on my team, did some analysis around, how often is the word racism used and how often are empirical studies done. And the number is really tremendously small. And so, what we do see now is we definitely see journals, and this is a form of activism, right? And we see journals stepping up and starting to do differently, which is really important to this work. So now, at AMA, it's very clear to folks. So we have a management team of 1,100 folks, and then we have a staff of 100, a staff of 1,100, and then we have a membership of 270,000 physicians. And so it's the physicians who really pass the membership pass policy. It's the staff's role to really execute on that policy and put the work in motion. And so it's very clear to all staff, and the CEO has made this clear, is that equity is a cross-enterprise accelerator. It is rooted, the Center for Health Equity is rooted in our policy as AMA. And this is the direction that we're going. It has to be embedded into all the work that we're doing. And it's the question of helping people figure out the how to do that, right? So we have kind of the why, and then now it's like the how. And so we released a strategic plan back in, sorry about that. If you can hear any background noise, I apologize. We had released a strategic plan back in May. And it has 5 strategic approaches: embedding equity, building alliance and sharing power, ensuring equity and innovation, pushing upstream to address all determinants of health, and then fostering pathways for truth, reconciliation, and healing for our AMA past. And when you do this work internally, it's important to have our theories of change. And on the left-hand side, just writing the injustices of our past. I talked about challenging the malignant and dominant narratives that we know are pervasive in health, centering the voices and ideas of those who are most marginalized, adopting an anti-racist approach and a race and approach. We lead with race and racism because it's the hardest thing oftentimes for people to talk about. That's the one they want to avoid and talk about all the other isms. And we know that our data within this country actually shows some of the greatest gaps along race and ethnicity. So it's not to the exclusion of other identities or other forms of oppression. It's just saying we are going to talk about race and racism and understand its being a fundamental driver of why inequities exist in this country. Embracing public health frameworks, and then the inside-outside strategy. So just a little bit about the embedding. Again, you can't, I love this quote by Alice Walker, that we'll be really misled if we think we can change society without changing ourselves. And this is the hard part of the work, is because oftentimes as institutional leaders, folks want to do something that's like in partnership, so they'll want to do something in partnership with others, but not really focus kind of as leaders, the internal reflection and work that we have to do in order to change our own heart sets and mindsets in order to push this work forward. It's institutional, clearly, system level work, but we are all individuals within that system as well. And we're leaders who show up within that system. So we have to be willing to do the work too. There are frameworks out there. So we're building upon a framework that we used when I was at the New York City Department of Health. This is from GARE, the Government Alliance for Racial Equity, which is very much connected to Race Forward, which is one of the largest racial justice organizations in this country. But it's a easy enough kind of framework of saying normalize. So within your institution, you have to normalize spaces. You have to build a shared analysis. Like everything that I did in the first part of this presentation is a point of education. Everyone has to come with the same analysis so we can talk about these issues and really, again, interrogate, hold accountability to our institution. So this is a lot of the training work from many different levels that's important. But we all know training is never sufficient enough, but you do need to do it. Organizing. So this institution, we understand the power oftentimes of organizing outside of our institutions to drive change and for advocacy. The same thing is really important internal to the institution as well in order to drive change. We have to get everyone kind of on board as much as we can to move in solidarity to really push for change faster. And then operationalizing is like, what are the tools that you need to have in front of you to really change your mental models? And that can be, using the data and metrics, and you have to use data and metrics, but you could quantitative, qualitative data, but all the tools. And then wrapped around this is a trauma-informed and healing supports and lenses, because this work is hard work. And oftentimes you don't want to re-traumatize people. And there's a potential it's going to happen because folks aren't used to these conversations. And we have to create some sense of psychological safety in moving forward to do this work. And so we at the AMA collectively, this is our vision statement, for employees. And we have a very, inclusive process to engaging employees in many different levels of work groups that we have. We have, a health equity work group that represents all of our business units. We have cross-enterprise work groups. We have our employee resource groups that our CEO is engaged a lot with. So there's lots of inclusivity in this process. And that's really different for many institutions as well, right? Most decisions are very top-down. They're not as inclusive, and it takes time and it takes patience in order to do work in that way. Early on, there was definite training around, and I mentioned the CEO. I think this was really critical, honestly, in helping support a lot of support from our board of trustees and our senior leaders, because they did go through this training. It's a 2-day training. And this was back in October. But they were able to, it's almost once you kind of see something, you can't really turn away from it. So they were able to be very supportive of a plan that we put forward. Our accountability infrastructure, I mentioned some about that, and that we have different groups that are helping support doing this work. And it's critical that, their performance metrics also are holding them accountable as employees to doing this work as well. And then important is this racial equity toolkit. So for every program or policy or anything that's developed, what are some critical questions that you ask yourself every single time you develop something new or you revise something? And so these are some guides and some training that we've been doing with our teams to help support them really challenge how we're ensuring that our efforts are really not exacerbating equity or denying care. We're doing lots to build alliances and share power with organizations and partnering with different folks in different types of ways that oftentimes we of the AMA have excluded. Many folks know the AMA excluded Black physicians for over 100 years. And so we're finding different types of partnerships to engage with our goals of that we want to meet. And this is just one of them. Release the pressure. It's not even when this campaign goes out, it doesn't even have AMA branding on it because we don't want AMA branding on it in the sense of we want to share that power with the NMA, the National Medical Association, the Association of Black Cardiologists. We're all equal contributors in terms of decision making around the campaign. Pushing upstream is addressing all drivers of health and the root causes of those inequities. We're working to really support physicians, as I mentioned at the top of this, so they understand public health, the drivers, and then start to work with health systems and equip them to work with their health systems to improve many aspects of the healthcare system. And this is another just demonstration of moving upstream. Healthcare is more so to the left-hand side. It's still not fully there, but about, you hear lots about social needs, and sometimes that word is used a little bit wrong, but the social needs versus social determinants of health. There are growing numbers of healthcare institutions that are now really understanding that they can have investments, at a local level and to help support and work in partnership with community-driven processes to improve community health and advocate for social drivers of health inequities as well. And then the public health context is very important. For us at AMA, also kind of driving and moving more upstream, and what's going to be really helpful for us is last year we passed policies to really talk very explicitly about anti-racism, and really thanks to the young students, the med students and the young physicians, they have an analysis that's more likely to be aligned with doing this type of work. But we did get 3 policies passed that have been pretty instrumental for us doing this work around racism as a public health threat, ridding our healthcare system of racial essentialism, and then supporting the elimination of race as a proxy for ancestry, genetics, biology, et cetera. And that's not saying to eliminate the use of race. It's still a social construct, and we still need to understand the data and how things play out along the lines of race and ethnicity. But it's to say, we can't use it we should not be using it as a proxy for other biologically based disease. So we've been doing much advocacy as well during this time of COVID. I'm not going to read this long list, but this is just to say, as a healthcare institution specifically, we've focused lots on the healthcare system, but really have been shifting more so to the left-hand side of this diagram to really do more root cause advocacy and public health advocacy. We've launched a medical justice and advocacy fellowship also to train physicians to know more about what does it mean to be an advocate for racial and health justice. That's one of I hear physicians say, how do I start doing this? And some physicians don't even have the analysis yet to build, but we just launched our first class in our cohort. So we're very excited about this, and it's a partnership with the Satcher Health Leadership Institute, which is former Surgeon General David Satcher's organization. And we've been doing other engagement around LGBTQ fellowship, and again, training physicians up to equip them with the tools and the resources and the connections. I think that's the other part, is that they now get to be in community with other physicians across the country. And we launched just recently a health equity education center. This is really open to many folks. And there are many resources on there that folks can get continuing medical education or other kinds of continuing education credits to learn more about the basics and principles of equity. One of the areas that is kind of newer to me coming into the healthcare space, that innovation along technology is highly valued within healthcare, but oftentimes we know is extremely exclusive, predominantly white men led, and values who are ideas who are valued. And so it really came to attention pretty quickly. So we decided we needed to really have a strong focus on how do we ensure equitable opportunities and structures within this space of tech and innovation, and have been working a lot. So it helped support us and to help us be accountable to this space is that we actually launched an external advisory group to help support our own evolution as AMA. And these are leaders from across the country. I'm always tremendously excited when we're engaged with them to help push this forward. And then lastly, I'll just talk about and mention our fostering pathways for truth, reconciliation, and healing. And don't believe that we can really move forward the work of anti-racism unless we really do an assessment of our own institutions, histories, and present practices. And in the strategic plan, there's actually a list of some of the harms that we've identified that AMA, based on some of the decisions that we've made, and it's only at the beginning of a list, but the important thing is that we're working and driving to be transparent around that. So in this work, it's really, we're going to do lots around narrative again of what has been invisible, but also working to quantify and qualify the effects of our policies, having a sense of what the true costs have been, and hopefully going on pathways of repair and healing for those harms. I think this is the front line of equity work at this moment in time. We as a country are very behind in doing this type of work. But I feel we really need to start. And health, why not start in the health space overall? Just an example of some of the movements we had. We did have an apology in 2008 to the National Medical Association for the exclusion of Black physicians and all the harm that caused. More recently, Dr. Madera, who's our CEO, was reading some papers that were published a little while back. And in those papers, as he read them, he realized the really kind of explicit and very intentional role Davis played in excluding Black physicians and women. And so made the choice on his own to remove his bust from public view at AMA headquarters. And also the board voted to remove Nathan Davis's name from an award. So those aren't easy decisions, for an institution. He's the father of AMA, the founding editor of JAMA. But I think as he's doing his work as a leader, and we're doing this work collectively as an institution, he's recognizing the harm that it causes. When people know the history and they walk on the floor every single day, it's not a good feeling. And so, but that can't happen without an individual doing their own work and listening. And then the other part of that we're really working on in terms of truth, reconciliation, and healing is the Flexner Report of 1910. AMA commissioned this report with the support of the Carnegie Foundation. And while the reports, the way the narrative typically goes is to create greater rigor within med schools, it also did a couple of things, but it actually had recommendations in it to close down 5 of the 7 Black med schools at that time. So that has had impact to this day on the ability for physicians, it has impact on the lack of diversity within our medical schools to this day. The other kind of decision that I mentioned before, because Black physicians were excluded from the societies, back then, societies were very much connected to your ability to get privileges at hospitals. So if AMA is not allowing you to get into a society, you're not able to get into a hospital. You're also now being excluded from med schools. Where does that leave, Black communities? And so we have to recognize the impacts of those decisions. So this past June, our House of Delegates passed this policy here. That we are going to now formally look into, again, the harms of the Flexner Report. And I think just in closing out, as we all move forward to this work, I think rightfully so, data is absolutely critical. How well our data systems, how well we can share data, protect data, all very important. But we have to also remember that there's a story behind those data. There's values behind the data. And that, these are people in people's lives. and to really never forget that context to the work that we are doing. Because there is a tendency, and I've seen this over the last 2 years especially, to intellectualize all of this so much to the point where there's no connection to humanness and to the hearts and the souls of people. And that to me is why we're doing this, more so than just the data itself. We're working to protect people so that they can live joyful lives like everyone else. Thank you. You're still on mute, Richard.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Maybank. That was a very powerful history of our health problem, because as you pointed out early in your comments, the health of all of us is dependent upon the health of each of us. And in particular, those who have been systematically excluded from full opportunity for health. And you're highlighting that we're interdependent, humanly, not only in a philosophical sense, but in a very practical health sense, as the pandemic has made very obvious. And that's also strikes a chord that's so American, because one of our core values is equality. And anybody who reads our history honestly sees it's not a history of equality, and people have continually fought, like you are fighting, for the basic principle of equality. And I have a question, particularly what you've been saying about the Flexner report, and the fact that it recommended the closing of 5 Black medical schools. It's such a striking statement about the profession and about America. And I wondered if, thinking about an ideal future, if the AMA and we all could imagine that there's a repair that's necessary here, which is to fund from our great wealth as a country the creation of at least 5 new Black medical schools.
Yes. I mean, that would be a repair for sure. There's no doubt about that, and I have, yes, and I think, it's going, this is going to have to be a collaborative process, right? And an inclusive process of how we get to those decisions of what repair looks like. I think it's going to have to absolutely center ideas and voices of Black physicians and communities that know of the harm historically or experience it even, to this day, to provide some voice as to what does repair look like. It's going to be, this work is there's a lot of resistance. Let's put it that. Frame it that way. And I know this is not going to be an easy bit of work to get to that point. But if it were that simple, you're absolutely right. Maybe it can be that simple. But it's going to be dependent upon, I think, leadership. I think there will be other drivers in society, potentially. But I agree. I agree in the sense of I really feel some of these decisions, they're not rocket science. It's really about will and value, right? And the way that what our data is showing is that our systems don't value all people equally, right? And Kamara Jones talks about 3 things, in terms of what you have to do to achieve equity, and you have to value all people equally, as you mentioned, that's supposed to be an ideal in our country, but it's not. And The redistribution of resources is absolutely critical, and then understanding the historical context and nature of how the present day happens. Those are the three things that are important to understand equity, and then also to kind of work towards achieving it.
Yes. You are also an educator of young people coming into medicine and public health. Do you find that these young aspiring professionals are much more attuned to this than the older group?
By far. And I would say there are like three generations. I'm in the middle one. There are those that are older, and then there are those that are younger. And I would say it's really just been a beautiful. I've just really enjoyed it in terms of being able to learn from the young folks. But I think across all generations, when you're that age and you're younger, you are more likely to be advocates. You look at most movements, it's the young people, the civil rights movement. They're the ones. I just feel that sometimes as people age, and I get it as I'm aging, your decisions become different, and your willingness to take certain risks become different sometimes as you age. So I think oftentimes the young people are countering resistance of folks who are now very fearful, have grown very fearful of institutions and what's going to happen if they speak up, and perceptions about all of what this is. For young people, they don't quite see that much anymore, but they haven't started to experience that as much. And they're working in solidarity together, but they do have an analysis that is much deeper than the older generation. They're less likely to take information at face value. And to dig deeper. And so it's been an absolute pleasure to work with the med student section, because they're the ones who are driving a lot of this change, not only at AMA, but many institutions. And so we have to work to figure out, how do we show up for these young folks? So yes, as they increase in numbers, our policies are changing at the institution level, but the challenge is that they need to be educated within their institution. And oftentimes faculty aren't really prepared to do that because they don't have that kind of analysis. So that's another gap that has to be filled, while we'll advocate for, social justice education type things and system level education within med school. Who's going to teach it, and how are they going to teach it, is another question. And how are we going to build the capacity of faculty to be able to teach it as we move forward, to have competencies and standards around that. And that's another impact actually of Flexner report that doesn't get talked about often, is that because the focus was on basic and clinical science, and to create rigor around that, it really pushed. There were some med schools at that time that really were also focused on the social context of medicine, understood these public health aspects, but Flexner report really said, nope, this is what medical education is to be about. And so you have, and you see it play out, in our society. So you have these 100 years, of med students being taught this way. And so our narrative around health in this country is around healthcare, right? For the most part, that's the dominant narrative, that health is all about, do you have insurance? Are you able to see a doctor? And all of that. And that has hurt our country tremendously. And I think a large part of it is how physicians have been trained, because they do hold the power and money, historically, at least, within our healthcare system. Not so much. There are other drivers now within our healthcare system in terms of power and money, but that has had an impact on the narrative. And I think it's had impact on policy opportunities within this country, et cetera.
Yes. Well, I think a very powerful statement you made earlier was that racism is a public health reality. And that's powerful for a number of reasons, is that it shows that health is not just a matter of treating acute illnesses biologically. It's seeing the person in the full context of life and the history of their family and the previous family. I mean, trauma, after all, is intergenerational. Mm-hmm. And so it's an issue really of understanding what health is. It's not just the removal of acute crises.
Right.
And that's powerful also when you talk about narratives, because it takes the whole discussion out of blaming people, blaming the racists, to seeing that racism is a health issue that affects all of us, no matter what the color of your skin or the history of your family.
Absolutely. And I think it's an opportunity to use health in that way, and to frame and set up just as you said, so as not to turn folks away. And I do these kind of talks, I've done hundreds of them over the last 2 years. It's been really busy. And I think you have to be very direct in the conversation and the root causes, but there are ways to pull people in the way that you just framed it, that it's an everybody issue. It's not just, oftentimes in doing this work, I hear it in talk, people are going to talk about Black and Brown communities, the data around communities. And I said, but this isn't just their problem, or our problem, my problem for that matter. It's everybody. I think a great book that came out just recently, The Sum of Us, by Heather McGhee, is a fantastic book that talks about, the solidarity opportunity in all of this. So I highly recommend folks to check that out if you haven't already.
Very good. Very good. I see Dr. Woolf is here. If he could unmute, and there he is, unmute. And I just wanted to introduce the two of you to say hello to each other. And also, Dr. Woolf, if you have any questions, you've been listening to Dr. Maybank.
Well, can I say, Dr. Woolf, it's good to be on this video with you, because you worked with the health department a few years back when I was there, and I never met you at that time. So this is the first time I think we're meeting, but so really honored to meet you.
Well, likewise, and I've really enjoyed your presentation. It's been very stimulating.
Thank you.
So I've been taking notes, and since I believe, Richard, we don't have the ability for the audience to ask questions, maybe I could enter into a dialogue with Dr. Maybank about some of the themes.
Please go ahead.
One point you made early on, which I thought was so important, is that with COVID, there was this sort of offhand reference to the fact that one of the reasons why people of color were at higher risk of being hospitalized for COVID, dying from COVID, is because they have quote unquote comorbidities. The term meaning that these are people that happen to have high blood pressure, heart disease, lung disease, and so forth at higher rates, and that makes them more predisposed to getting sick. And people said, okay, well, that explains that, and on they went, without sort of returning to the question of, well, why is it that they have these diseases at higher rates? So I think our society tends to just accept as a given that this occurs without, as you said, being direct about what produced that inequity. So I wonder if you wanted to say a bit more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this has been the value of the work that you've done, especially, using data to visualizing data in a way that is meaningful and kind of connects the dots and really opens, folks' eyes around, okay, I didn't think about it this way. Really? That really shows up, the subway maps, I've used them so many times, and it's not only society. I think what for me is more troubling is it's our community as healthcare, providers. And we're putting forward those narratives and perpetuating those narratives, and how we use our data again, and how we present the data that we have. How our students have been educated and not educated, how most focus is it's a treatment system, right? There's nothing really, there's very small, roots in prevention, and all the upstream, factors as it relates to health. And I think, we have to take responsibility for that as the medical community. If we had different narratives and used different narratives, I think that would influence, society, but I get, we don't operate as a healthcare community in a silo, and it is very much rooted in not just what happens in medical education, but what has been happening historically in this country. And it is also rooted in who's had decision-making power at levels of politics, and it's still predominantly white men across this country who do not have that analysis, and oftentimes don't desire to have that analysis either. So, those are the real conversations we have to have.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we talk about systemic racism, the point of the term is that it is systemic. It runs through so much of the structures in our society. So, reflexively, we talk about, housing policy and redlining and other historical aspects of exclusionary housing that produced inequities. But if it's systemic, it means it's in medicine also. And it's also in how we go about doing the basics of research. So I'm an older person, but when I was young and being trained in public health, it was sort of a reflex to look at health statistics and adjust them for age, sex, and race ethnicity. So, for example, if you're comparing the health outcomes in a college town where you have a largely young population and health problems in Miami Beach where you have an older population, you need to adjust it for age so that you're not having a distortion because you've got old folks being compared to young folks. Men tend to have higher death rates than women, so we adjust for sex because we need to take account of that. And both of those are examples of conditions that ought to be causing higher death rates. We understand that as people get older, they're more likely to get sick. Throwing race and ethnicity into that list, which people have done as a habit, probably innocently without thinking about what it means, is basically saying, well, of course, just like getting older, if you're a person of color, you should have higher rates of disease. And that's an example of, I think, systemic racism built right into our analytic methods. And I think there's so many examples of that.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Dr.
And so that's, that one of my slides mentioned the policy that we passed last year about ridding race as a proxy, for biology and ancestry. And so there's been tremendous movement on that. I mean, Dorothy Roberts really wrote the book, I always want to say Fatal Attraction, and it is not that. Fatal Intervention, I think it's what it is. But really a monumental book of really talking about the need to remove race from many of our clinical algorithms. And so there was a wonderful piece in the New England Journal of Medicine in 2020 called Hidden in Plain Sight from some young researchers in the New England Journal of Medicine, calling out, several clinical algorithms that we're still using. Actually, to your point, most people have not removed race as a corrective factor and the adjustment that happens. And post that article, there's been much more organizing. But again, a lot of the students, again, at their local institutions have been organizing around removing race as or removing and stopping race-based medicine. And so an example of that is glomerular filtration rate. The GFR, I think, is probably the one that's most has gotten the most attention more recently. And what the data, shows it would correct for, if you were Black, it would correct it and it would make it look as if your kidney function was better than what it is. So you can imagine then that there are many Black folks who are undertreated for kidney disease and advanced kidney disease. And we know our data shows that. And so I think another part is like, how do we get the medical community to understand the public health implications of these race-based algorithms that are racist in nature? And what do we do? And what's the organizing and what's the leadership going to do to stop doing this? And so it was about 2 weeks ago now, the nephrology associations or the Kidney Foundation, both of them, they had a task force and they finally recommended the removal of race as a factor, and provided other suggestions of other equations to use. So that's huge for the medical profession to have done. And so I would imagine we're going to start seeing more of that and more recognition and understanding that, race is a social construct. It's not a biological one, and we should not be using it to correct.
Let me ask a question. I'm not as learned as both of you in biostatistics. When you say take race out of the statistics, are those statistics broken out by race used to devalue the illness of Black people?
Well, in the example Dr. Maybank just gave, the algorithm is basically saying that you would say to a patient, your kidney function is not that bad being a person of color.
Oh.
In other words, it's basically saying we expect your kidney function to be less optimal than in a white person. And in that reference range, you're not doing too bad. But it's basically accepting as a norm that it ought to be higher, ought to be, your kidneys should not be functioning as well as a white. And there's a number of assumptions like that are date back to the history of thinking of race as a biological construct.
Yeah, I see. Because you could also think about it as that anybody who has a low functioning organ should get more attention.
Exactly. But we have algorithms that don't do that. There are AI algorithms that also do that as well, and they work, where they're supposed to be helpful, they end up not being, and they end up excluding, and they end up delaying care and treatment, all types of bad outcomes.
Yeah. One of the challenges we encounter, which I think will happen more and more, because there's a real process going on right now of trying to grapple with these issues in health and medicine, and to be more forward thinking about dealing with racism as opposed to race as a social construct, is that the examples that we're just giving now, where the point would be to take race out of the algorithm, is viewed by some communities of color as racist in itself. So if I, as a white man, am saying we should remove race from this calculation, what I'm actually advocating, by the way, is then to compare outcomes among different population groups and show how much worse it is for people of color taking race out of the analytics. But the general optics of a person saying, let's remove race from the formula for doing these calculations, sounds like somebody who's trying to mask the influence of race on health.
And that's why it's critical to say, and that we're not, most of us, well, it's interesting. I think there's emergent thought around this amongst some health equity leaders as well, about the use of just race in general. But at this given time, I think most of us are still saying we still need to collect data on race and ethnicity. We need to disaggregate it. We need to understand what is the story, what is happening, because we know that while it's a social construct, there are clear social implications from identifying a certain way. And so we have to have that understanding. And so I usually try to pair, to exactly the point you mentioned, Dr. Woolf, I usually try to pair, yes, we're saying ridding race as a proxy, but not ridding the use of collecting race and ethnicity and understanding what's happening, because that narrative does come up, and then it gets confusing for everybody in terms of, well, what do you mean? I'm not supposed to collect data on race,
So that it brings up for me the ideal future. It seems to me the ideal future is that the person who has the greatest health need should get the greatest health resources.
Well, that's the equity. That's equity 101. Basically, that's what it's redistribution based on need of resources. That's a process within equity.
That's the ideal future.
Right, and of course, we seek that ideal. We live in a time where it's the privileged population that has the most access to those resources, and so the formula is a little bit turned on its head. But that is definitely the ideal.
And not everybody's willing to give that up. If people really, if you had, I'm sure people have heard these conversations in their circles, of not wanting to give up that privilege. And what does that mean? It's fearful. There's been a narrative that's been told, a lie really has been told about people and who they are in this country.
Well, if if it's partly an economic problem. If there are limited resources, then the wealthy try to grab as much for themselves. However, you could also look at it as if we created 5 new medical schools, Black medical schools, we could increase the number of physicians. More physicians, more resources.
Yeah, and I think we also have the question, the zero sum. So that was on one of my slides about the myth of a zero sum game.
Yes.
Is that really true? In certain situations, possibly, but ultimately for where we're trying to go, I think many of us would push away from that myth of the zero sum game in that way. Again, I think it's another story and narrative and perception that's out there that has been told for generations, that if I give here, I'm going to lose here. And I don't think that that's necessarily always the case at all.
Well, certainly not when we're all interdependent in terms of health.
Yeah, that's exactly the whole point of Heather McGee's book, The Sum of Us, is to sort of debunk that idea of the zero-sum gain. And economists have done studies where they've shown that the better we do at dealing with equity, the better it is for our economy. There's many different arguments, not to mention the moral one. I feel like at the moment we're living through right now, we probably shouldn't have this conversation without at least saying a word about the fact that we're in a polarized society. So part of the conversation we've been having, and the thrust of your presentation, Dr. Maybank, is about the progress we need to be making in being more conscious of the history of racism and the racialized outcomes that we have in health. And I totally agree with you that the young people coming along now are much more clued into this and conscientious about it. And we're being much more nuanced and subtle and careful about words and how we say things. That whole movement coexists with another phenomenon in our society, which is taking us in the opposite direction. So, right now, while we're having this very refined conversation about how we ought to be dealing with this, we have an effort to reverse the progress that was made in the right to vote, and many other achievements of the civil rights era are being rolled back. And there's a significant part of the population that is okay with that, unfortunately. Can you say a word about what it's like to be trying to advance the ideas that you're addressing and still confront the existence of that kind of attitude?
Absolutely. And this isn't, and it's a new period and not all at the same time. When the slaves were freed, or those who were enslaved were freed, there was resistance, right? And we got we had Reconstruction for a hot period, and then we got Jim Crow, right? And then same with civil rights, so we're at a time where there was perceived progress because we had a Black president, all of that. And there's been resistance ever since then, I think, to stop using structure and policy to stop the advancement of those who have been marginalized in this country historically. And I think it's important to kind of shape those frames for people. And it's helpful for me, and when I do my work, to kind of know that that there are, again, many folks that shoulders I stand on and who have been fighting this fight for a very long time. And I'm part of that very short time frame and of those efforts, to fight for freedom and justice, and so it creates a sense of reality for me in the moment of it. Because the moment gets very stressful and it's very exhausting to do this kind of work within institutions. But it's been exhausting for people for generations to live under these oppressive structures. And so that's kind of the reality check and kind of the immediate of doing this work. But then at the institutional level, when that strategic plan was released, AMA is representative of the United States because we have delegates from all across the country. And there are certain parts of the country, it's not hard to guess, that definitely were not supportive of this plan. And we're very vocal about it. And there's still parts of the country representing AMA that are trying to shut down the plan. And so the strategy in that has been, and thankfully has been, this using and leadership really stepping up. Our board of trustees, as I said, they went through the 2-day Racial Equity Institute training, because I always think about, so what was that factor that really caused people to listen differently or to lead differently than they may have. I don't believe that everyone understands what was put forward in our strategic plan, but what I do recognize is that there was a moment where the board of trustees and our leadership, took a pause for 2 days to better understand the history of this country. And so once they understood that, even if they don't understand or have the in-depth analysis yet, there was something there for them to kind of realize that, oh, maybe this plan probably is the direction we need to be going. And there's a lot of positive feedback. So they were able to really speak to the House of Delegates and say, this is the direction we're going. There's no question about it. They did it verbally. They've done it verbally. They've written this. And so we're going to have an education session coming up in our November meeting to walk through the plan. Heather McGee is going to be one of our speakers, actually, which is really exciting. Leadership is critical, but how you manage leadership also, is a skill set, I guess, that I've been able to work on over the years. But it's not just me. There's always this internal organizing and strategic movement with other champions of doing this work inside the institution to move it forward to get to this point. I think in many ways that it's a blessing, at this moment, with AMA and its influence that it does have. And I think it can be impactful, this direction that we're going much more broadly than just the AMA itself. But I don't have a sense of how far we're going to be able to go, how much we'll be able to push as it relates to changing systems and structures and policies, because it's just so deeply rooted. Racism is so deeply rooted in this country.
I see Winslow, who's a presenter on a different day, but is participating, has a question.
Yeah, I'd be interested in the thoughts of the two doctors about American versus other medical systems, which have emerged from countries that have a very different history than ours. Canada comes to mind, England. Is this kind of systemic deep re-looking at systemic racism going on in other countries?
Dr. Woolf, you want to go first, or maybe?
Oh, I'm actually going to be talking a little bit about that in the next presentation, about comparing the U.S. with other countries. But I will say that in every one of the examples you just gave and many others, they have their own problems with treating people of color and immigrants differently than the privileged population. This is unfortunately not uncommon. That said, the data show that the degree of inequalities that we have in the US are much more acute than in most other industrialized countries. And I think other countries have made greater progress in coming to terms with their history. Mm-hmm. So I think of South Africa as an example, and the apartheid movement and the work that happened afterwards, which is now some years ago that it got underway, the truth and reconciliation efforts. Even in Germany, the process that they went through to address their history during World War II, and naming it and putting plaques in the sidewalks and wherever you go, acknowledging that history. We in this country are not there yet. The basic concept of accepting the truth of what happened and moving on and trying to process that, we're still in a rudimentary phase of that.
Yes, exactly. I absolutely agree with everything that was said. I host these sessions called Prioritizing Equity and just speaking to different voices. And the last one we did last week was on critical race theory, because there are over 20 pieces of legislation across this country to stop the movement of just the ability to talk about racism, right? And on my panel were two docs from Canada who are using kind of the principles of critical race theory to teach medical students, and also to figure out, how do they engage their medical institution. And what was interesting was that, to the same point that Dr. Woolf mentioned, it's not as if they don't have the existence of racism within Canada. And I think also a gap, they really have much better solidarity amongst Indigenous people and just naming Indigenous experience. We don't do that at all. We barely do that in this country. What struck me is when I was sharing what I just shared with you about the resistance to our plan, one of the panelists said, that's just appalling. Like, in Canada, it's not that the racism doesn't exist and that people, are still doing their work to have the analysis, but she said it would almost be embarrassing if anybody would kind of contradict, a plan such as that, or appear as if they're against the advancement of people in their country. So it was, and I said, well, that's definitely not here. There's support all around for many different types of folks. But this is a global phenomenon, and that's why I really like the book Inflamed, because it really speaks. I think it better highlights those dots to connect, that we can connect globally. But it sounds like Dr. Wolf's presentation is going to do that well too.
Are books like that being used in medical education?
I think very beginnings. I mean, I'm sure in some schools, every school's doing something differently. And there's no standard curriculum for anti-racism work or equity work. What we are working on, I've been in an advisory group for the AAMC, our Association of American Medical Colleges, pulled together a group of folks over 2 years ago to work on competencies in diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's been a really inclusive process and has engaged a whole bunch of stakeholders. So they're supposed to release those standards, I believe, right before the new year. So we'll see how that drives movement, but there still needs to be development of tools, and we have a long way to go. But I do know that folks are bringing in those types of books and resources. We do have, I think, we see definitely increasing amount of publications, looking at the analysis and connecting it to health more explicitly.
And one could imagine that these young med students or public health students or nursing students, they're reading the books even if they're not in the curriculum.
Absolutely right.
The idea that 20 states are trying to pass laws against critical race theory, have any of those laws passed?
I don't know. Dr. Wolf, are you anywhere of any of them? Some of them, I'm not. I couldn't answer that off the top of my head. I would have to look. It's a good question.
Yeah. Well, it'd be interesting if any of those laws pass, if some doctor or doctors would violate them and work it up to the Supreme Court and have the Supreme Court decide whether racism is a theory.
I hope we don't have to get that. Yes.
Yeah. Well, this has been wonderful. I know, Dr. Maybank, you have to leave at 3:00, and we're just about there. And I just want to say it's been wonderful how clearly you've presented your work, and you talked earlier about the importance of narratives, and I think you're making it very clear that the narrative has to be amplified. And people talk about the body politic. Well, the body politic is not healthy as long as we have racism.
Right. Absolutely right.
All right. Terrific. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
All right.
Very good to meet you.
We'll stay in touch.
Presentation.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Dr. Woolf, are you ready to present?
Yes, let me go ahead and share my slides.
Well, first, let me give you the introduction, if I could.
Sure.
Let's see. Change that, because that wiped out what I wanted to read. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Dr. Stephen Woolf is going to speak to us about the decline in U.S. health and possible solutions. He's a physician, a social epidemiologist, and a researcher. Excuse me. Dr. Woolf, MD, MPH, is Director Emeritus of the Center on Society and Health at the Virginia Commonwealth University, where he is Professor of Family Medicine and Population Health. He's also a clinical epidemiologist. Dr. Woolf has edited 3 books and published more than 200 articles on raising public awareness about the social, economic, and environmental conditions that shape health and produce inequities. Dr. Woolf is board certified in family medicine and in preventive medicine and public health. He began his career as a health services researcher with a focus on evidence-based guidelines. He served on the U.S. Preventative Services Task Force and was elected to the Institute of Medicine in 2001. Dr. Woolf.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. And I'm really delighted to be able to participate in this conference. I had the pleasure of listening to the presentations this morning, which were just fabulous and really, I think, kicked us off well. And I think Dr. Maybank's presentation is going to dovetail pretty nicely with some of the themes that I'm going to be talking about. But what I'm going to ask the audience to do is to zoom out a little bit in terms of our geographic perspective here and think about the U.S. in relation to other countries, the point that Dr. Myers raised in the earlier Q&A. We have a tendency in the United States to think of ourselves as number one. And I think a lot of Americans operate under the misconception that we have the best healthcare system in the world. And even if they acknowledge that that's not the case, they probably think that we're probably one of the healthiest populations in the world. And as you'll see in a moment, that's not true. I think that one tip-off to the fact that it's not true is what's just happened with the COVID-19 pandemic. The United States has experienced more deaths from COVID-19 than any other country in the world. We just passed 700,000 deaths. No country, even India, has experienced as many deaths as the United States. And some people might push back on that and say, well, we're a big country. We have bigger populations than Norway and Finland and so forth. So, you need to take that into consideration. So we epidemiologists deal with that by calculating the per capita death rate, which basically takes the population size off the table and compares per capita how many people have died. And the US ranks among the most poorly performing countries in the world in terms of the per capita death rate as well. So people who have been following the news and understanding that have seen what seems to be a debacle in the United States compared to these other countries might operate under the misconception that this is a one-off phenomenon, that generally America is a leader in the world and something terrible went on during the pandemic. They might think about political explanations and so forth. And a lot of that is true, but I think it's important for the audience to understand that the U.S. health disadvantage, that's a term that's used to describe this, has been going on a long time. It used to be that U.S. life expectancy was higher than other industrialized countries back when I was a young person. But in the 1990s, something changed in the United States, and a trend began in which we began losing pace with other countries. This is a graph showing life expectancy on average for the OECD member countries. That's the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, representing most large industrialized economies. And you can see that as the years have gone on, we have failed to keep up. And a point was reached around 2010 where our life expectancy just flattened out. And then we went through a period of 3 consecutive years of decreasing life expectancy. And so we went into the pandemic with a history of decades of growing health disadvantage in the United States. And the COVID-19, and we sort of rolled into the COVID-19 pandemic with that problem. One of the trends that was going on for the decade leading up to this was that, and helps explain part of why we have seen this decline in U.S. life expectancy, is that death rates in our working age population, that's people 25 to 64, have been climbing. So if you look at death rates in children and in the elderly, they've been going in the right direction. They've been declining like we want them to. But something happened in the recent years where the death rate for the working age population has not only stopped declining, but it's now increasing quite dramatically. And this was very much on our radar in the years preceding the COVID-19 pandemic. So what causes of death are responsible for this? Well, drug overdoses is one of them. The opioid epidemic has been a huge factor in explaining this. But I had the pleasure in 2013 of chairing a committee that was convened by the National Research Council to study the problem of the U.S. health disadvantage. And we produced a 400 plus page report, which you can Google, but the title of the report pretty much says it all. It was called Shorter Lives, Poorer Health, which described the US in relation to 16 other high income countries. And when we looked at what causes of deaths and what diseases seem to account for this difference, we found that it was very wide ranging. They fell into 9 domains. So birth outcomes, injuries and homicides, adolescent pregnancy, and sexually transmitted infections. I'm listing conditions where the US is doing much more poorly than other rich countries. HIV, AIDS, obesity, diabetes, heart disease, chronic lung disease, disability, I could go on. As a doctor, what this tells me is that the factors responsible for this cut across body systems, and frankly, don't even include diseases. Some of them are related to injuries. And so it's very hard to blame it on a single cause. It's multifactorial. There's many conditions that are driving this. And this panel ultimately concluded that the only explanation for this has to be a systemic one, that there's something systemic about life in America that is causing our health to fall behind in so many different areas. I'll come back to that in a minute. So I mentioned that we rolled into the pandemic with this existing gap in life expectancy. Dr. Maybank showed this graph, and I'll just run through it again with you in a little more detail. This is from a paper that we published just a few months ago, where we looked at trends in life expectancy during the pandemic. This gray line here is the average life expectancy in peer countries. So this is other high-income countries around the world. And you can see that their life expectancy was increasing in the years leading up to the pandemic. This dark line here is the US average. We were going down. And so you can see we entered the decade with a 1.9 year life expectancy gap. By the time we got up to 2018, we had a 3-year life expectancy gap. And then came COVID-19. And you'll see that other countries experienced a decline in life expectancy during the pandemic. It was about 0.2 years on average. But you can see the massive decline to life expectancy experienced in the US, 1.4 years in the white population, and much larger declines in the Hispanic and African American population. This is life expectancy for the African American population. So one point, linking back to Dr. Maybank's presentation, that we don't want to sort of pass under the table is the historically low life expectancy that African Americans have had for centuries in the United States relative to the white population. And you can see it here. You can see it if you went back to data from 100 years ago. It's a systemic and historical issue. But you can also see this inequity in the impact of COVID-19. The same chart shows the same phenomenon. This is male life expectancy in peer countries. This is in the years preceding the pandemic. This is the hit male life expectancy took in peer countries during COVID-19. And then this is the hit that US males experienced during COVID-19, much larger. And then when you break it down by race, you can see that the fall in life expectancy was massive. 4.6 years in Hispanic males, 3.6 years in Blacks. The life expectancy in the Black male population was set back during COVID-19, was set back to numbers we haven't seen since 1998. It's just it's an enormous impact on equity. So before I get into talking about what's systemically going on, I just want to return us to the subject of inequity, what Dr. Maybank was talking about. Her focus, rightly so, is on inequities that exist in our country based on race and ethnicity. But it's important to say that we have a lot of inequities in our country. So we have inequities by age, by gender, that we've talked about before, sexual orientation, disability status, and we also have disparities based on geography. So how long you get to live in the United States depends a lot on what state you live in. There are enormous gaps in life expectancy between one state and another, and this reflects differences in the conditions affecting health that she talked about in her diagram. You'll also find, though, that if any of you live in a major U.S. city, Philadelphia, Chicago, New York, what have you, there are gaps of about 15 to 20 years in life expectancy across neighborhoods. Census tracts, we produce maps like this. This is what Dr. Maybank was referring to earlier. We've published a number of maps of the cities around the United States showing that these gaps in life expectancy sometimes exist in neighborhoods that are just a few miles apart from each other, in some cases across the street from each other, where we see these huge differences in life expectancy because those neighborhood conditions affect our health. So we live in a society where the opportunities for health are uneven. I don't want to dwell on it too much because Dr. Maybank focused on it so much, but it is important to note that when we talk about these neighborhoods with poor health, there is a tendency in our society to blame it on the people that live there. And to say that that's the behaviors that they have, is because of the choices that they're making, to think of bad neighborhoods as having always been bad neighborhoods, when history tells us that those neighborhoods didn't come about by accident. They were created by public policies, decisions that were made. She referred to the Jim Crow era laws, redlining, restrictive covenants that did not allow Black people to move into white neighborhoods, a variety of policies that segregated those populations, cut off economic growth for those populations, threw them into a downhill spiral that was very hard to reverse, and caused a variety of problems in education, income, jobs, economic opportunity, what have you, and health was among them. So those same neighborhoods where we see lower life expectancy are the same neighborhoods where opportunities for education, economic mobility, even the ability to weather severe weather events and climate change are negatively impacted. So that history helps us understand current inequities, and the perpetuation of policies like that continues to maintain them. And we certainly saw that during COVID-19. So I want to get to the question of what's going on. What explains this systemic problem with health? And I'll go back again to this panel that I talked about in 2013 that spent 400 pages thinking about this issue. The panel came up with a conceptual model for thinking about the problem. Richard discouraged us from using slides too much, but I'll put you through while watching this just a little bit, and then I'll be done with slides and take that off the screen.
That's fine.
This is the diagram from the 2013 panel, and it's sort of like the one Dr. Maybank showed, where the health outcomes are on the far right-hand side of the diagram, and on the left are the various factors that we know affect health. So we think in this country that healthcare is an important influence on health. It actually only accounts for about 10 to 20% of our health outcomes, but it still matters. I'm a doctor, I need to say that. Our own behaviors matter, whether we smoke, how much we eat, physical activity, and so forth are known to be important. But both our healthcare and our individual behaviors are shaped by our environment. Our ability to make healthy choices, to be physically active, to do a lot of things that are important to our health, and our ability to access healthcare depends on whether those resources are in our environment. And our ability to live in neighborhoods that have those resources depends on our social and economic conditions. do we have a college degree? How much money do we make? What are our assets and so forth? And public policies are at the heart of all of this. Public policies determine all of these things. And so when our panel started to think about, well, why is it that the United States is doing so poorly compared to other countries? And why did it get progressively worse starting in the 1990s? We went systematically through every one of these boxes to see if we could find a clue. So we looked at the health system, and we saw that the United States differs from other high-income countries because we have more limited access to care. They have universal health insurance or health systems. We do not. Our Americans pay higher out-of-pocket costs. Medical bankruptcies and things like that are common in the United States, not so much in other countries. We have a more fragmented healthcare system with thousands of health plans. We have more lapses in quality and patient safety. We have less primary care. We saw during COVID-19 that our public health system, our public health agencies are woefully underfunded. So this could potentially explain why the US is doing poorly. But if we look at the next box, individual behaviors, we find more problems. Caloric intake in the United States exceeds the per capita caloric intake of any country in the world that we know of. We have greater drug abuse. The rate of civilian gun ownership is the highest among high-income countries. I can go on. Social and economic factors, education. The United States used to do very well in terms of the education of its public relative to other countries. There was a period after World War II with the GI Bill and so forth that educational outcomes in the United States were far above what was occurring in peer countries. Now it's not the case. Our children are less well educated than children in many other high-income countries. We have greater income inequality. Our wages are not competitive with the minimum wages that other countries have. Our child poverty rates are among the highest in high-income countries. We have lower social mobility. The environment, I mentioned that that's important to our health. If you have traveled to Amsterdam or Copenhagen or any of these other cities, you know what it's like where you cross the street and nearly get run over by all the bicycles because cycling and walking is a much more prevalent way for commuting to work and for shopping. Transit systems are more modern and more extensive than we typically have in this country. Studies have shown that people in other countries have higher access to healthy foods. And we talked a little bit earlier in the Dr. Maybank's presentation about the differences in racial and ethnic segregation between the United States and these other countries. So ultimately, the panel ended up finding that across so many aspects of our lives, America seems to be falling behind other countries. And this sort of takes us to the question of what is it about our approach to public policies that differs from other countries? And, there are some people in this country who will say, well, those other countries are socialist countries. And it's not the case. These peer countries that we're talking about are also democracies. And it's not the case that we're a country that believes in capitalism and free markets and those don't. These other countries are also countries with strong capitalist economies. Major multi-country corporations are headquartered in many of these countries. So they have large democracies, they have vibrant capitalism, and yet they are pursuing policies that are allowing their population to be healthier and live longer. And so what I think is the important distinction between the US and the other countries is not the form of government and it's not the free markets, it's their priorities. It's the willingness to accept some limits on free markets, on industry, on advertising, on promotion of products to protect public health and safety. And it's a compromise that their populations and their voters are willing to tolerate. There is a greater ethic of equity, a commitment to equity, and a social compact that basically takes the form of we're all in this together. Now, I don't want to be Pollyannish about it. Those of you who've lived in these other countries know that they've got a whole variety of problems that they're dealing with, and not all of their voters are happy with the choices that are being made. But there is a tendency toward greater investment in social programs to help ensure that children get a good education, that families avoid the scourges of poverty, and so forth. There was an interesting study done by Elizabeth Bradley some years ago. She was a researcher at Yale University, where she compared these countries, the United States and the other high-income countries, in terms of how much money they invested in healthcare versus social programs. And she came up with this ratio of social programs to healthcare. And when she plotted it on a graph, it was a stunning chart because the US was this distinct outlier. We spend much more on healthcare than we do on social programs. Those countries where people live longer are spending much more on social programs than on healthcare. She did a follow-up study because a lot of people criticized her comparison with other countries, and she did the same analysis domestically here in the United States for all 50 states and got the same result. States that spent more on social programs than healthcare had better health outcomes than the states that did the reverse. It's likely, there's a lot more research that needs to be done, but it's likely that those kinds of policy priorities have something to do with the health gains that other countries have had. Jason Beckfield, a researcher at Harvard University, published an analysis a few years ago where he estimated that it was an article about what he called stingier states, and the US was among them, that life expectancy could be increased by 3.8 years if we in the United States had the same level of social programs as the average in peer countries. So where researchers are beginning to quantify how much of a price we're paying in terms of our health to not provide that kind of social support. And it's affecting us across the board. If you look at the OECD statistics, again, that's the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. These are current data. The United States, compared to the 38 other OECD countries, we're third to last on public spending on family benefits. So that's how much the government is spending on the needs of families. 31st on math performance in our 15-year-olds. So when math is tested in high school, math performance in the US, 31st out of 38 countries. We have the highest undergraduate tuition and the lowest level of financial aid. We have the second highest poverty rate. We have the 6th highest level of income inequality. The United States, compared to all the other OECD countries, has the largest financial disincentives for returning to work if you have children. Only Turkey and Chile provide lower income benefits for jobless families. And we are the only OECD country that does not mandate paid family and medical leave. These are just some examples of policies that are prevalent in the United States that we think may have some influences. So why do we pursue this different kind of approach to policy? Well, I'm not a political scientist, but I've consulted with some. And our committee, our 2013 panel, brought in political scientists to advise us on this. And a lot of it probably has to do with our cultural values in our history. If you think about the fact that the founders, the people that founded our country, were by nature independent pioneers who wanted freedom from an overbearing government. And those are the people that founded this country. They had this desire for independence that also led to a resistance to the power of government and taxation. That's baked into our history. It's baked into our culture. And when you look at the founding documents and think about provisions in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, some of those actually have created health implications that live with us today. So some examples: federalism, the delegation of authorities under the 10th Amendment to the states allows states to make different choices around health outcomes. I'm going to come back to that in a minute. The Second Amendment is an obvious example of a provision in the Constitution that affects our health and our politics these days. We in our society have this notion of rugged individualism, a real devotion, much more so, I think, than in other countries, to the notions about freedom and liberty, and not being told how to live our lives. There's a sense of personal responsibility. Dr. Maybank referred to this notion of pulling yourself up by the bootstraps. We have a real devotion to private enterprise, to capitalism, to protecting the interests of businesses to make their profits without intrusion by the government. That's not to say there aren't people in the other countries that feel the same way, but as a general trend, it seems to be taken to a further extreme in the United States than in other countries. We have a bigger aversion to big government and taxes, and a real problem with social welfare and socialism in particular. The term in public health circles that's used for these boxes on the diagram are the social determinants of health. But lately, we've moved away from using that term because it's a trigger word, because so many Americans have an aversion to socialism, and both words have social in them. That sensitivity to that aversion to socialism is a really profound factor. We don't like legal and regulatory constraints on our industries, on how much, on what our companies can make, what we can emit into the air and water, what kind of workplace conditions we want our employees to have, or our freedom to market our products, whether those are tobacco products, opioid drugs, guns, what have you. There is a culture that has created protections to allow companies to promote those products that doesn't exist with that degree of limited restraint in other countries. And we also have a greater tolerance for corporate and religious influence on politics and the law. We see a strong involvement of corporations in campaign finance and in many other aspects of our life that we see on the daily news. And obviously, our religious mores in this country differ somewhat from other countries, and we see that playing out with issues like the right to life and many other policy choices the country is grappling with. So I mentioned federalism before, the notion that we delegate authority to the states. Under the 10th Amendment, all powers that are not explicitly listed as responsibilities of the federal government rest with the states, and that includes public health authorities. And we saw that during COVID-19, how the choices, we have seen that, we continue to see it in our daily news, the choices that governors are making differ across the country, and the health trends that have occurred during the pandemic have also differed strikingly. But this is not a new phenomenon. So I want to point out to you that a state like New York, which now has the third highest life expectancy in the country, if you go back to as recently as 1990, New York's life expectancy was equivalent to Oklahoma. And then something happened after that. And this occurred in the 1990s for a number of states. We can talk maybe during the Q&A about what happened in our history that might have explained this. But starting in the 1990s, the health trajectory of our states began to part company. And in some states, their health progress stagnated or declined. Other states, it climbed dramatically. And some of that has to do with different policy choices that those states have made that have resulted in increasingly disparate outcomes. I want to close by talking about what we can do about this. And we talked during the discussion with Dr. Maybank about the polarized society that we live in. It's very disheartening, actually, to see this. And it does make one wonder how we move forward on not only addressing so many of our debates that we're having in our society right now and critical needs around climate change and recovery from the pandemic and so forth, but also any hope of pursuing the kinds of social policies that I was just talking about that other countries have used to allow their populations to live longer. How do we get there? And although I guess we always have the option of throwing our hands up in the air and despairing that we can't come together and bridge this divide, I do find some hope. Because of my age, I grew up in the 60s and watched the Bobby Kennedy campaign. So those of you who are not old enough to remember this, and those of you who are old enough but may need a refresher, he formed a very interesting political coalition. And when you think about the kinds of people that were supporters of Bobby Kennedy when he was running for president in 1968, you will actually see what would be the equivalent of Trump voters today, alongside the Hispanic community, the African American community in the South, migrant farm workers in California, steel workers in Pittsburgh, were all supporters of Bobby Kennedy. When he was assassinated, his body was transported by train from New York to Washington, D.C. for burial at Arlington Cemetery. And there was an amazing scene along the train tracks from New York to Washington. This is one of the photos taken from the train. There are many others like that. And if you Google it and look at those photos and look closely at the faces, you'll see it's very diverse. You'll see people of color standing there. You'll see military, armed forces saluting. You'll see industrial workers who could just as easily today have their Make America Great hats on. He was able to pull together these people around the idea of having common needs and interests. And I think we maybe can find hope in approaching our public policy in taking a lesson from that RFK coalition. It's about recognizing common humanity as fellow Americans, neighbors, common interests, all of us wanting better health, better economic opportunity for our children, for them to have a better chance in their future than those did in the past. That's a common interest, whether you're somebody who's been laid off in the coal industry in Appalachia, or a person of color living in a struggling neighborhood or rural community where it just seems impossible to get ahead and meet healthcare costs, housing costs, and so forth. And it's also an opportunity to recognize that there's a win-win in investing in economic opportunity. I'm a doctor, and part of the message of my presentation here is that the prescription for better health is not some kind of new slate of proposals that doctors feel are necessary to our healthcare system or to treatments for cancer. It's actually the same policies that we're grappling with in our country right now. Investments in education, good jobs that provide good wages, economic opportunity. And in many ways, the kinds of policies that are being debated on Capitol Hill today around infrastructure and human capital investments, those are the kinds of investments, those are the kinds of policies that are not only going to help create better educational opportunity for our country and allow everyone to benefit from the 21st century economy and get ahead in terms of jobs and income, but it will also improve our health and may get us closer to attaining the health outcomes that exist in other countries. So I'll go ahead and stop there. I think it's about time to wrap up, and maybe we can have some discussion.
Very, very good. Wonderful presentation, Dr. Woolf. And let me apologize for discouraging slides. Obviously, both you and Dr. Maybank have used them in a masterful way, so I appreciate that. One of your last points was striking when you said that your panel of researchers decided not to use the word social determinants of health because SOC is used in terms of socialism. And it just highlights what we've been experiencing in this country, which is a war over terms, over words. And it's become a war where one side seems to be brilliant at generating words to use as weapons, and the other side seems to just be good-spirited and try not to engage. And that's a social problem, or we could say it's a problem of the body politic, to bring it also connected to the metaphor of the body and health. I wonder if we could look at these things as historical determinants of health, because both from an individual standpoint and a global collective standpoint, everybody understands that history affects today and tomorrow. I mean, if someone were to eat a diet high in fats and calories for a year, at the end of that year of that history, their health is not going to be as good. It's the same for the statistics you've shown about our country. These are historical determinants. And in some ways, maybe when you talk about our culture, maybe as a country, we like to think ahistorically. It's like we can always create something better, but we don't have to pay attention to what our history is, which of course is impossible. So I think it's just powerful what you presented to us. And I'm particularly interested to you when you talk about what we can do about it. And you talk about the political process and RFK as a model of building coalitions. I wonder if there isn't the concept of coalitions or strategic partnerships in our everyday lives. Like, I wonder if you could play with that idea a little bit. I mean, like in the area of public health, medicine, nursing, physician's assistants. There are many different professions, each of which seem to be fighting for their piece of the action in the health economy, the health service economy. And I wonder if we couldn't think about strategic coalitions.
I think that's spot on. I think one of the problems we have right now in our country is everybody's in their silo defending their corner. And on top of it, their information bubble is very different from the information bubble in the other silo. And the idea of a national coalition of the kind that RFK put together seems very out of reach if you're watching today's news. One of the interesting phenomena that I see is that if you get down to the local level, and there's some evidence of this in some states, but it's certainly down at the community level, there are some remarkable examples of coalitions like this. And I'm not talking within the health and medicine sector like the example you're using. I'm really talking at the community level in what is often called collective impact models. And all that's a fancy term for saying that a community can come together around a common objective, whether it's doing something about obesity or crime or educational outcomes, and bring together multiple sectors in the community that have a shared interest in seeing that happen. The Chamber of Commerce, the police department, school superintendents. And there are examples in San Diego, Seattle, many other cities around the country and smaller communities that have used this kind of cooperation and shared interest across sectors to get some meaningful progress. I happen to be very skeptical that meaningful progress can occur when only one sector makes a move. So in my profession, seeing a local hospital say they're going to do something about high blood pressure by doing high blood pressure screening at their local clinic, it's a nice gesture, but it's not going to change blood pressure rates. But if, on the other hand, the supermarket chains, the restaurants, and employers and so forth all joined the bandwagon and got on a campaign to do something about high blood pressure, then we might see something different. So I think you're right that that kind of joining hands can make a difference. And I also think that the kind of political division that we see at the national level is not as, and I think I'm correct on this, I'm not a political scientist, but my reading on this is that it tends not to be as extreme at the local level, that people are more likely to see each other as neighbors rather than R's and D's. And, when they're at the grocery store together or the soccer game together or, what have you, have a shared interest in making their lives better for their families and their kids.
Yes, I think that you're making a very important point, and that is that rather than think of ourselves in our individuality and our silo identities, if we see that we're interdependent where we live, and that one entity like a hospital can't make improvements by itself, that we have to recognize we're interdependent in a community. That's what a community is. And health, I think, is the perfect example, because obviously if people are getting sick in one part of our community, it's going to spread. Their illness is our illness.
I made this point for many years in my career, having to use examples that were the major causes of illness in our communities, such as cancer and heart disease and diabetes, and making the point that if some parts of our population are suffering more from those conditions, it affects us all. And I had to make more arcane arguments about the fact that our local businesses have employees that are suffering from these conditions, which means that they're going to have higher healthcare costs. That's going to affect our insurance premiums, et cetera. But now we have COVID-19 as a case study of the point you're making. If it taught us anything, I hope it taught us that we all are in this together and dependent on each other. So the rich folks with their fancy corporate offices could not open up their businesses because of a virus that was out of control. They were at the mercy of not only that virus, but they are at the mercy, I should use the present tense, are at the mercy of the people in our society that are transmitting it. So we are all in this together, and health is very much a collective activity.
Yes, I mean, even if you think about capital and labor, you think of them as opposed to each other, fighting each other all the time. Well, how many businesses would survive if there weren't healthy employees?
Well, exactly, and frankly, the U.S. businesses are in competition with companies around the world who, as we've just discussed, have healthier populations. That means they have a healthier workforce. I mentioned earlier in the talk that death rates in our working age population are climbing, ages 25 to 64. What that means in plain human terms is that Americans are more likely to die before age 65 than people in other countries. That means workers are more likely to die prematurely than workers in other countries. So there is a definite price tag economically that the country is paying for this worsening health trend, not to mention the human impact on not only the victims of these diseases, but the children whose parents are dying prematurely. So by all means, there is a common interest in addressing these issues. The U.S. Surgeon General just issued a report earlier this year that was written in partnership with the American business community. So the Fortune 500 companies and other businesses are already here at this issue. They already understand this. They recognize that improving population health is necessary for their bottom line. So this Surgeon General's report is all about the population health arguments for the business community of addressing the determinants of health. There are major corporations that have realized that they cannot afford the rising costs of healthcare and are making investments in the community that their workers live in, knowing that that's the only way to really get these healthcare costs under control.
Yes, that's part of the growing awareness that corporations and businesses need to move from paying attention to their shareholders to being very concerned about the health of their stakeholders, which includes their employees and the community. And I guess we could think about, rather than the country being divided between the R's and the D's, or the North and the South, or the whites and the blacks, we could think about it as divided between people who see our interdependence and are willing to move toward the ideal future of building the common good based upon our interdependence, and those people who just deny that we're interdependent, that they can survive as individuals or as separate businesses or separate communities, and they can put their gates up and everything.
I think you're right. I think there's a schism between those who are just operating on the basis of self-interest and those who recognize what's necessary for the greater good. I wonder, and this is not my area of expertise, so I'd be interested if other participants in our conference have thoughts on this, whether we're going to see a schism in corporate America between the businesses and industries that are, for example, contributing to climate change, and other are producing products that are harmful to our health, that affect healthcare costs, and the other businesses, the other parts of corporate America that are alarmed by what's happening with climate change, are fearful of what it's going to do to their bottom line. Not to mention that, their families of the people who run those companies, and also are having to pay out this healthcare tab to pay for the treatment of the diseases caused by the products of the other industries. Are we at a point where there's going to be some conflict and tension between those corporations that are focusing on their self-interest and their profits and the larger business community?
Yes. Very good. Very good. I see Winslow Myers, who is going to be presenting on a different day and who's been very active listening. If Winslow perhaps has any questions or comments.
Well, I think Dr. Woolf is right on about self-interest and this conflict between people who are making a positive contribution, or corporations, and ones that are not. And I'm going to try to talk about that a little bit on Wednesday too. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No,
okay.
I'm good.
Very good. Very good. In the education of public health students, I was asking this question earlier of Dr. Maybank also. Do you know if, or you're a professor of public health education and epidemiology, do you bring in, is it generally brought in, this perspective on the historical determinants of health?
Well, I have the good fortune of dealing not only with public health students, but also medical students and students in the clinical fields as well. And I have to say that the students that have made a career choice in public health have a tendency to already know about these historic influences, or certainly have a real affinity toward thinking about those kinds of historic and social influences on health inequities. Much like Dr. Maybank said in the previous presentation, the younger generation is a source of hope for me, because they have a real passion for trying to address some of these deeply seated issues. They're less comfortable accepting the inequities that our older generations have taken for granted. And I think are willing to think outside the box about how to address these problems in a more proactive way if they can just get us older folks out of the way so they can do the work.
Something happened to your voice.
Can you not hear me anymore?
There you are.
Okay, good. I think just as Dr. Maybank was saying about work in the AMA, I think we find in our medical schools are a little bit behind the curve with some of these issues. Much progress is being made. I don't mean to belittle that. And major progress is being made by health professional schools and by the organizations and health societies that represent the clinical specialties to think more carefully about systemic racism and other issues that are affecting our health. But sometimes old habits are hard to break, and there's not enough teaching at the bedside, for example, about how social and historical conditions lead to some of the problems doctors and doctors in training are learning to treat. So that's something that we still need to work more on.
Yes. I wonder if it wouldn't be helpful for these disciplines to get together strategically in a coalition and define the ideal future of health and what it would take for the country to commit to that, and all the institutions commit to that. I'll use a mechanical metaphor to illustrate the point. You can see a car as having different parts that are not functioning well, and you can replace the carburetor, you could redesign the steering or put a different motor in it. But the question is, what are we designing a car to do, to reach what destination? Let's start by defining the destination, and then we can design the car.
Well, a lot of that work's already been done. It actually goes back to the Carter administration. In 1979, an initiative called Healthy People was launched, which set objectives for the nation, health objectives for the nation. That's been updated every decade. So if you Google it, you'll see Healthy People 1980, Healthy People 1990, Healthy People 2010. Currently, they're working on the draft for Healthy People 2030. And although the objectives have grown in number and gotten much more refined and specific, they're all basically recommending the same thing. We know what we need to do. If you think about those boxes that I had on the diagram, our health system needs to be modernized. We need to have universal access to healthcare. And I can go through the details of what reforms we need in our healthcare system. We know what individual behaviors need to change. We know that we need to do something about poverty and education. We know that we need to change our built environment. The specific evidence-based practices that would be effective in changing those outcomes have been proven and established. The problem is the political will to move forward and do it. And I think we can definitely make progress on refining the objectives so we can get more precise on what that car should look like. But the ultimate issue is, how do we motivate our society to commit itself, to have the resolve that it wants to get serious about improving the health of Americans?
Yes. Well, that gets back to your point about RFK and a coalition, or I might call a strategic partnership, in the words of my colleague, Michael Maccabee, who's going to present on the pursuit of happiness in a few days. How do we build a strategic partnership of these different institutions, educational institutions, political institutions, young people, students, to work for this ideal future of health, which is historical. It's political, economic. It's not just biological. Let me shift to a different question. Yes. let's see, where is it? Yes, a visionary Bill Gates once said, "We do war games. We should do germ games." It is arguable whether we have a healthcare system or a public health system or just a group of competitive entities. Can we create a true medical, biomedical, psychosocial, medical, health, public health system?
Well, to state the obvious, we don't have a health system, and that is in contrast to other countries that do have a national health system. And during the pandemic, we've seen what it looks like when a national government responds in unison in dealing with a problem, and what happens in the United States when we basically have 50 response plans to a pandemic. But also, we have thousands of health plans. So, what interventions are taken, what providers are in your network, it's all terribly fragmented. Now, if we were to wave a magic wand and fix that, there's a idealistic notion of what that would look like. But the hard political realities is that there's going to be tremendous resistance to making that kind of a shift. We have this beautiful aspiration for freedom and liberty that is so central to our culture as Americans, but is currently in conflict with our health. So at what price liberty? We're willing to die for freedom and liberty on the beaches of Normandy, for example. But it's also happening right now that we appear to be willing to die from diseases like COVID or other causes of death because we want the freedom to live our life the way we want to. We don't want to have to wear the mask. We don't want to have to wear the motorcycle helmet when we're riding our motorcycle. We want the freedom to light up our cigarette and so forth. But it literally is costing our lives. So part of the core issue here is how do we deal with these social values that create a source of resistance to making the kinds of transformative change that would improve our health? And do we want to? Maybe the beliefs of Americans are we're okay living shorter lives and with greater sickness in order to live the way we do. And that's a choice we're willing to make. If that's the case, fine. But I'm not sure all Americans are on board.
Well, also, most Americans don't understand the consequences of the lack of a medical or public health system. The fact that we have 4,000 public health officials who made decisions during COVID about where masks should be worn or whether people should be vaccinated, rather than a central body that says, for all our health, we need to be doing these health practices. And so I think it's not that some Americans just say, well, I'd rather not wear a mask because I'm live free or die. It's because they don't realize the consequences of living free in an environment like this might mean they will die.
And often there's a false choice, as we saw during the pandemic, between what's good for public health and what's good for the economy. So we saw this notion presented a year ago that either we do what the doctors want or we do what our economy needs and open up these businesses. And of course, the lesson that we've learned is that the two are inextricably linked and that you can't have a vibrant economy without dealing with the pandemic. The irony is that the countries that did respond in an organized way as a national system like New Zealand, for example, and South Korea and other countries, rapidly controlled community spread of the virus and had their businesses open and their economy back on a normal track much, much earlier than the United States. And so we not only pay with our health, but our economy is suffering as well for lack of addressing these core issues.
Yeah, these false dichotomies. It's this or that, rather than we're all interdependent. And if we understand that better, then we can create a different social fabric, a different social understanding. Or if the word social is frightening to some people, just a better systematic understanding of our own well-being. After all, if we're committed as a nation to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that's something that we're all interdependent about.
You know, one bit of history I'll note, I know we're running up at the end of our time, is this term socialized medicine that's often used during political campaigns to criticize the idea of having a unified system. If you look up the history of that term, it goes back to the Truman administration, which was one of the first administrations to really get serious about trying to promote a national health plan. And the American Medical Association, ironically enough, was very concerned about that direction that the White House was taking. And they hired a marketing firm on Madison Avenue to do the research and come up with a campaign that would be effective in shutting that down. And because of the concerns about communism and socialism at the time, their recommendation was to brand it socialized medicine. And the AMA sent out letters to every home in the United States warning about the dangers of socialized medicine. And we live with that term all these years later.
All right. Well, this has been a powerful statement about the need to think differently about public health and to become much more aware that we are far from being the healthiest country in the world that we like to think we are. But I believe, and I think you believe, and Dr. Maybank believes, that we can create an ideal future where we educate and bring along into a strategic partnership a movement of citizens to make this more a reality in our institutions through our political process. So thank you, Dr. Woolf, and we will continue to be connected and work.
Thank you for the opportunity to present. It's been great.
Okay, thank you. Very good. It's what? It's ended?